Good morning, and welcome to the Iowa High School Esports Association Winter Finals. I'm your host from your defending Fall 2023 Overwatch National Champion, Marshalltown Community College. And today we are here for an exciting day's worth of events for you here at the Orpheum in Marshalltown, Iowa. And our first game to kick this thing off is going to be Waterloo East versus Cedar Rapids, Washington. So these teams are getting ready to start the map picking and banning process here in the chat. And it looks like the first map to come off the table is Nepal. So Jacob, if you were to lobby for a map on Control, which one do you think that you would pick?
Personally, I'd say Lijiang just because it's like widely regarded as one of the best maps in the game by most people that play the game. So it's one of my favorites. Yeah. But Nepal's also one of my favorites. It's got a couple great, good variety of composition options.
Just verifying to make sure that that Nepal was the map. The map is Nepal. All right.
It is a good one. I'm surprised they decided on Nepal though. Completely honest.
So the first map will be on Nepal. Waterloo East, are you ready? Cedar Rapids, Washington, are you ready? And we will kick this match off in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Here we go.
Traveling to Nepal. Initiating.
All right, and we are going to go ahead and get the first round of the Iowa High School Esports Winter Finals started. So, for all of you who have been following the stream, this will be a match between Cedar Rapids, Washington, and Waterloo East here in the first round of the Division I Finals. And to recap, I am your host, Coach Clanton with Marshalltown Community College Esports.
And I'm Jacob Ross, an Overwatch player for Marshalltown Community College Esports.
So we are going to go ahead and unpause here and get into Champ Select. The starting lineup for Waterloo East: Adrian Lucas, Crunchy. Call Me Damani, Damarian Wilson. Freddie, Logan Earl. Axtro Truth, Mecky Sims. And Buttfinger, Blazin' Barbie McClure. The starting lineup for Cedar Rapids, Washington. We have Etha Kimball, Kid Issa. We have Emmanuel Moreno, Lamag V. We have Preston Longswitch, Mr. Pumpkin.
4, 3, 2,
We have
1. Capture the objective.
Ajon Spearman, Daddy Workin. And we have Aaron Johnson, Dismal Morales. All right, we are following Waterloo East. Waterloo East going forward. They have the Ramatra spam. Coming out with the Ramatra, Bastion, Sojourn, the Lifeweaver, and Moira. Meanwhile, we see Cedar Rapids, Washington setting up these cross angles on the right side. Cedar Rapids, Washington rolling out with Sigma, Zenyatta, the overpowered character of this meta right now. Baptiste, Sojourn, and Soldier 76. So these two teams coming out on very similar comps, trying to set up angles. And it looks like Waterloo will take the point, but they will fall in to the cross angles of Cedar Rapids, Washington. Cedar Rapids, Washington converging, moving forward, cornering Waterloo into this cubby, and they will take the point.
Hey, Cedar Rapids did a good job of actually controlling the high ground and playing the advantage of their comp because they have more poke than Waterloo does. Waterloo tried to hold this room down here because they don't have a lot of range. The Cedar Rapids did a very good job of controlling high ground and poking out Waterloo to control the point.
Cedar Rapids setting up a cross angle here, backing up to point, forcing Waterloo into this choke point. Waterloo pushing forward here on the left side. The Bastion turret form comes out, shredding Issa on the Sigma. Immortality coming out for Cedar Rapids. Cedar Rapids having to back up. They are doing a really good job of working together as a team. Coalescence is online for Waterloo East. And Issa will go down from Cedar Rapids Wash. Waterloo East pushing forward. Not burning that Coalescence thus far. And Waterloo looking to secure the point. Cedar Rapids 50% on the point. Reset going. Discord Orb out on Crunchy. Issa looking to walk forward here, but taking a lot of damage from Waterloo. The Ramatra here. Crunchy doing a lot of work holding out. 70% towards Annihilation. We have a tree online. 3 ultimates online for Cedar Rapids Wash. Whichever team is going to ult first. 4 ultimates online for Cedar Rapids Wash. Who are going to throw out their ultimates first? These two teams spamming back and forth. And they've let that Annihilation come online. The Annihilation from the Ramatra. One of the scary ults, but the Gravitic Flux coming out from Cedar Rapids Wash. And here comes the Tactical Visor with a 4K.
Both teams did a good job of playing slow and waiting for an opportunity. I think Cedar Rapids was a little bit more proactive.
Actuating the barrier.
Yes,
They used a lot of ultimates in that fight, so let's see if they can hold off.
Yeah, absolutely. Cedar Rapids popping all 4 ultimates in order to retake that point, which has Waterloo rolling up with 3 ultimate abilities. The question is, though, are they going to be proactive? They are taking a lot of spam damage here from Cedar Rapids Wash. The Sigma. Oh, there it is. The Coalescence coming out. The Annihilation and the Overclock. All three ults from Waterloo should easily push back Cedar Rapids Wash off this point.
I'm not sure they needed the railgun there. They might have been able to take that with just the Coalescence and the Annihilation, but we'll see if it pays off for them. I think we're going to have one more fight where Cedar Rapids is going to have a chance to take.
So, what I'm looking at right here is Daddy Workin, Ajan Spearman's railgun, at 75%. Now, Cedar Rapids is going to need to move fast here to get that overclock charged up. And they are taking a lot of damage. These teams spamming back and forth quite a bit. And that Bastion putting out a ton of damage for Waterloo East. And it looks like they are at 90%. Cedar Rapids having to walk up. The overclock, though, is almost online, but Daddy Workin is low. Here comes the overclock. Cedar Rapids Wash moving forward. The overclock. Oh, but they C9!
Wow, they didn't touch. That was good. They played it slow. They were like they were supposed to. They charged the Sojourn Railgun in time. They didn't contest point in time though. That was well played, minus not touching.
You know, I'm going to chalk that up to nerves. Cedar Rapids Wash, they got that ult charged. They had the ult advantage. All they had to do was touch point. They had the 4K, and literally that is the difference in that match being theirs. Waterloo, though, will take the first round of Nepal here, and so now we are going to move into the next round here of this point control map and see. These teams running pretty similar comps. We see the rollout here. The Symmetra coming out for Waterloo East should guarantee that they will reach the point first with the teleporter. They do. Cedar Rapids Wash having to push forward a little bit here and run into that spam. Oh, but a pick here. Daddy is working here in the house. Ajan Spearman putting out tons of damage with this Sojourn, taking out the Bastion. But Waterloo doing a really good job getting to these points first, playing faster. Washington, though, really, like, putting out a lot of damage. So, it seems like right now I'm going to give the edge to Waterloo in terms of coordination. And in terms of mechanics, I'm going to give the edge to Cedar Rapids Wash.
And this point right here with this long sight line, the way that they have it set up, plays a big advantage to the way Cedar Rapids is playing right now with their poke.
Cedar Rapids has a very strong poke, especially playing around this Zenyatta. Tons of ult charge here already toward that Transcendence from Emmanuel Moreno, aka Lamag V. And Cedar Rapids able to really comfortably set up here. The Bastion turret form getting burned really early by Waterloo. The Ramatra getting really low. And there will be a pick from Cedar Rapids, Washington. Cedar Rapids, Washington getting a few long-range picks here from this poke comp. And this is going to be really hard for Waterloo to walk up on. The teleporter is trying to get set up, but it's not getting coordinated out.
This is one of the harder main lanes for a Brawl team to try to take against poke because this sight line is so long and open. You're gonna pop Transcendence.
We see the Transcendence coming out there. I'm not sure why. I don't know. Lamag B playing very far forward there. I don't know if that was to save himself, but we see the overclock and the BAP window come out. Cedar Rapids, Washington making sure to be proactive this time. Really trying to just be like, look, you're going to have to burn a lot of stuff to walk up to this point.
It's really tough, and they're trying to take advantage of the Sim TP, and it hasn't worked out for it. It looks like they swapped off Sim.
So we see that Gravitic Flux come online for Cedar Rapids, Washington. The Tactical Visor online. Much higher value ultimates than the Tree of Life and the Coalescence. And this Ramatra is just getting melted, but nothing will be going from that Gravitic Flux. Ooh, we'll get the Moira, though. Huge rock coming out. The Tactical Visor. Cedar Rapids Wash being super proactive. And Waterloo cannot even approach on this second map.
This long sight line is brutal for people to try to take against poke comps. It's absolutely awful. They did a very, very good job of defending that.
So the next map will be this kind of like center box, which, I mean, it depends on what these teams decide to roll out here, but the Brawl team will have more of an advantage on this particular map.
Yes. Yes, so teams are going to be fighting for control over this point, which is very enclosed. It plays very well into Waterloo's composition because they like to play close range. They like to be up close.
5,
So let's see how this works out. This will be interesting. This is a good match so far.
1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
I mean, I do like the Zenyatta right now, right? Any team that has identified the power of this character in this current meta, I mean, I was really expecting to see double Zen all day. You know, the problem is he was so bad for so long that, like, you know, a lot of teams probably aren't practiced. And here we see again Waterloo taking the fast point with that teleporter, and Cedar Rapids Wash not able to get sightlines here because of this cubby. Crunchy, though, the Ramatra taking a lot of damage, probably needing to play a little bit safer. Iahsea walking forward here for Cedar Rapids Wash onto this point, taking a lot of spam damage, though, and the car wash damage from the Symmetra.
Good job of just maintaining control of the point.
Sigma having a lot of problems here against the Symmetra. The beam damage not able to be hit by the Vortex and give Sigma his overclock, or overhealth, excuse me. And here we will see Waterloo take the first point.
Like we were saying before, Waterloo did a good job of controlling the point. Based on their team comp, they let the Ramatra get in there and just do his thing up close. And the Sigma had to get in close to try to contest him.
Oh,
Ooh,
but Crunchy from Waterloo just getting completely lit up. Cedar Rapids Wash walking forward here. I mean,
they swap off Sigma and bring in the Ram, which is probably a good choice.
Absolutely. That's the adaptation that they needed. Matching the Ramatra for the Ramatra. We see a Valkyrie come online and a Kitsune rush. A huge value ult for Waterloo.
They're doing this quick.
Yep. Huge TP. Where's the Kitsune rush? Come on. All they got to do is hit the Kitsune and walk forward. I guess they're going to do it without it, just off of the Valkyrie. But the coordination off of that teleporter doing a really good job securing Waterloo back this point.
Cedar Rapids is going to have 3 ultimates coming on next fight. Waterloo's going to have 3 ultimates coming on next fight. This will be an interesting team fight. See how they play it.
So the Transcendence, a really good counter here to both the Kitsune Rush and the Overclock, but the Symmetra Wall going to directly counter Daddy Workin's Overclock. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how these teams utilize their ultimates to retake the point. Cedar Rapids, though, playing really fast. And we see that overclock come on. Will we see the Symmetra Wall? Oh, there goes the back window. The Symmetra Wall not coming out. Oh, there it is in the back.
They get the tank.
Tank, this is an even fight. Waterloo staying in there. The Kitsune Rush coming out. Transcendence, though. Both these teams trading back and forth. But the clock continues to tick for Cedar Rapids Wash. Cedar Rapids Wash. Oh, the Sojourn there getting a pick. Out dueling the Kiriko. Which tank will get back first? They need to stay on point. They back off the point. The Annihilation comes out. Can Iahsea get back in time? They have to touch. Iahsea, he's back in time, but can he stay alive through the Annihilation? Daddy Workin charges the point, and Waterloo will secure the point. Overtime. 3, 2, 1, and the ball will go to Waterloo East.
That was a good match. That was a very good match. That was very good. That could have come. That honestly, that last fight could have been anybody's. Daddy Workin made a great play at the end.
Yeah, you know, these teams very evenly matched, running similar styles of play. It just seems like Waterloo right now a little bit more adaptive. The Symmetra able to outspeed Cedar Rapids to the point, making all the difference right now. And we will be back as these teams decide on what the next map will be in the round 1 of the Iowa High School Esports Association Winter Finals. And it looks like that our next map will be Colosseo. So Colosseo, I can see it, right? An advantageous map for both of these teams, like kind of the strategy they're trying to do. You've got that long sight line in the middle. You've got the bridges. The question is which team's going to adapt? So
that will be the question. This map has a lot of fight variety on it and kind of works with basically any composition. It's one of my personal favorites.
Yeah, Colosseo, well, there's the meme going around about how much do you think about the Roman Empire, and Colosseo makes me think about it a lot. But here's the thing, I just love the aesthetics of this map. Colosseo, a lot of fun aesthetics. I think that New Queen Street might be like a better map, but I don't know. I think we can all gentlemen agree that Esperanza just is not the way to go. So we are going to start up here.
As far as aesthetics go, I don't like Esperanza's map layout, but the aesthetic is very nice. It's something Overwatch always has had going for it is the art, the aesthetics. It's a very good looking game.
Well, any game that started out like being an MMO,
This definitely does have some World of Warcraft-esque art styles to it.
Oh, especially like the beginning, Hanamura, all the early maps. You missed 2 CP, Jacob?
No, I don't think anyone misses 2 CP. The aesthetics of the maps were great, though. Hanamura was very good. Temple of Anubis is very good.
Ready for battle.
All right, so we see minimal adaptations from these two teams.
This will be interesting.
This will be interesting. Cedar Rapids Wash kind of sticking to what they do. And look, they were doing it well. Whenever they were able to set up those cross angles, they absolutely annihilated the players from Waterloo East. And, the tank getting busted that well off that Discord orb is crazy. I think that if Cedar Rapids wants to kind of take this one, pay more attention to these squishies. And they're going to have to, because the Ash swap against this double hit scan can be brutal here that Waterloo is trying to bring out. So we see Waterloo again, faster to the point, moving forward. Cedar Rapids Watch, though, trying to play these sight lines.
Again, this long sight line is really good for poke characters. Both teams running kind of a pokier DPS composition. Cedar Rapids definitely has more poke with the Sigma compared to Ram, but the Ramatra is going to be able to run on him like he is right now. He's going to be able to just run into the back line.
Ooh, yeah, running into that back line. And unfortunately, Sigma, very difficult to peel, turn around. The Ramatra, though, all right, taking a rock to the face and getting pulled out by the Lifeweaver. But it looks like that Waterloo is able to make some more space here early. Ramatra super low, but they survive just by the skin of their teeth. And we see 2 picks. It's still even. Oh, but Iahsea taking the pick there. Moving forward against the Ash. This Sigma, though, is low. The immortality coming out for Cedar Rapids, Washington, and we finally see parity broken. Cedar Rapids Wash taking the first fight and moving forward.
Mr. Pumpkin and Daddy Working built their ultimates very fast. Cedar Rapids built their ultimates very fast.
Cedar Rapids with almost 4 ultimates online in one fight, but an aggressive Lifeweaver tree coming out, matched by the Transcendence. The huge Discord orb coming in on the Ramatra. Daddy working in the back line, though, kind of overextending. A huge early annihilation, though, from Waterloo. The immortality coming out, but annihilation just having so much value.
Mr. Pumpkin can get out here, maybe not.
Mr. Pumpkin cannot get out. That pumpkin has been carved. And it looks like Waterloo will retake this. Whoever gets this forward spawn here is really going to be at an advantage.
It's a very big advantage to get the forward spawn first.
Oh, there we go. The Gravitic Flux comes out. Aggressive. Does not get anyone, though.
It's negated by Lifeweaver Call, but that means there's a big opening for Cedar Rapids here.
So Cedar Rapids taking this high ground. But it looks like Waterloo will get a pick. Daddy Working getting a pick back. The Zenyatta super low. The map window is online, but without the tactical visor. And it looks like Cedar Rapids pushing forward. Waterloo doing what they need to do, which is actually just playing these pillars back here. Remember, when you are ahead, you do not need to push the bot. Although Lamag B getting a pick on Crunchy. Cedar Rapids Wash moving forward. Cedar Rapids Wash. The Bob is online. Oh! Oh. Waterloo, though. The Ash will go down before that Bob was able to come out. And it looks like Cedar Rapids Wash will be able to push forward.
This town just ain't big enough. They're gaining on us. Their barricade is pushing up. Get in their way.
So we have a Transcendence online to kind of answer this Bob. The Tree of Life. Definitely bigger, splashier ults here on the side of Waterloo. Waterloo's still in the lead, but Cedar Rapids Wash pushing forward. Is the Bob going to come out? There's the Tree of Life, the Transcendence. All he's got to do is wait out this Transcendence, and the Bob should go straight in. Oh, but the Bob coming late. Cedar Rapids Wash able to back off out of it.
Bob getting stuck on that pillar there was very important. It allowed Cedar Rapids to just back up and take cover.
They do have Annihilation, though. Iahsea, though, just holding the line, taking out the tank and the Ash. And Cedar Rapids Wash able to push forward. Waterloo, though, 2 high-value ults in the Overclock and the Annihilation online. And no Transcendence to answer it this time. Overclock online for Waterloo as well. Freddy having the sightlines here. Catching out a couple members of Cedar Rapids.
Very aggressively.
Playing incredibly aggressively. Walking forward. 1 for 1 here. Iahsea will take out the Torbjorn, but Crunchy will take out Mr. Pumpkin. A healer for a DPS. Iahsea very low. Overclock coming online for Waterloo. Waterloo walking forward. The Ramatra coming forward. Daddy Workin takes one back, though. Jeez, these teams are just brawling it out. It's really anyone's fight, but Iahsea going down there should signal a win here for Waterloo East.
Both teams going back and forth on this. The ult economy's been about even. They've been trading fights back and forth. This is very good.
This is such a close game. This is anyone's game. I mean, if you look at this, with the amount of time that has gone by, both these teams have basically just traded back and forth, blow for blow. We see that window visor combo, though, online for Cedar Rapids, but the Annihilation online for Waterloo. Waterloo having to walk forward, though, to utilize that Annihilation. And just through this nasty funnel of cross angles, Daddy Workin is working. Taking this great cross angle up here, you see on the left side, not playing super aggressive. Well, I spoke too soon.
He's positioned very well.
Yeah.
He saw the team moving back and started the position kind of in advance, though. He was a little ahead of his tanks. He was a little early, but
Look, he's
right
confident.
idea.
He's confident in his ability to take those ones. You know, any hit scan player who's that confident in their aim. But the problem is he's walking to a Ramatra right now, and will get taken out because of it. The Ramatra has this Annihilation online, and Cedar Rapids having to be very careful. They are still pushing the spot forward. Could fall back, deciding not to, and does the Annihilation come out? It needs to. Crunchy is just getting blown up here without popping his ultimate.
Back to full health, captures the bot. See if he pops it here.
There it is, the Annihilation coming out, finally saving that. Oh, but the Gravitic Flux!
Oh, no.
The answer on the Gravitic Flux from Cedar Rapids! Cedar Rapids punching straight back into that Annihilation!
It was a very good counter, and the Discord Orb kind of made that possible. He was blocking, which reduces the damage taken, but the Discord Orb just kind of negated that completely. So
They still-
It was a very, very heads-up play by the Zap.
And they still have the window visor online. Kitsune Rush, though, and Molten Core to answer. Molten Core on this bridge. A super high value ult. You see it coming out. The bridge completely blocked off. Almost completely taking the full health bar of the tank from Cedar Rapids Wash. Waterloo able to walk forward on that. Where is the Kitsune Rush, though? The Kitsune Rush not coming out. Instead, the window visor. Do they think that they can win it on the dry fight? They cannot. Cedar Rapids Wash moving forward. Oh, come on, Damani. You need the Kitsune Rush, brother.
That was a big blow to Waterloo. This home stretch is hard to defend against because the sight lines are so long.
Yes, now Cedar Rapids able to set up these long sight lines again. And, you know, you can trickle out of spawn, but with 2 minutes left, Waterloo now has a lot of ground to cover, but we see the Visor and the Kitsune Rush come online. No ultimates available for Cedar Rapids. They really just need to back off here.
See if Waterloo can force them off high ground before they try to use these ultimates. That'll give them a huge advantage. Trying to funnel
All
them.
right, there it is. Kitsune Rush coming out. Here comes the Visor. And this should be easy pickings for Waterloo. Walking forward, but Cedar Rapids just holding the line. Iahsea playing out of his mind on this Sigma, just keeping them at bay. And a Gravitic Flux and a Transcendence almost back, allowing Cedar Rapids farming two incredibly valuable ultimates with a minute 30 left.
Cedar Rapids played that very, very, very well. They did a very good job of backing out of the Kitsune Rush and defending themselves and keeping their tank up so he can defend everybody.
Waterloo has an annihilation though. Going to have to really run forward, but almost 4 ultimates online for Cedar Rapids. And this is going to be tough. The Flux comes out and gets 3.
Moira,
Daddy working with the clay pigeons. The back window comes out. Oh, but there's the annihilation. Might be a little late though. Tons of damage coming out for Cedar Rapids, and they will take it all the way. This will be 1-1, and this is tied up. Cedar Rapids Wash 1, Waterloo East 1.
Cedar Rapids did a very good job of defending against Waterloo ultimates during that game. That was really well played. Very, very well played.
These are some crisp headshots. I mean, look at that flick. Just some crisp aim here from Daddy working. And yeah, so we see Waterloo East strike first, and we see Cedar Rapids Wash strike back. And that's why we play these things in a best of 5. Oh, looks like that we have either a substitution or a disconnect here from Waterloo East. So while we are getting that figured out, we will be right back. All right, and we are back. And it looks like the next map will be Watchpoint Gibraltar. So this is really interesting to me, right? Because, like, you want to talk about a map that doesn't necessarily fit the playstyle of these teams. I mean, maybe on defense.
I was actually just thinking that when you walked back in the row. I was like, this is an interesting map choice because it's very dive-centric. And
Now, to be fair, right, you don't see a lot of dive in the high school. I mean, dive being pretty hard to execute, it kind of makes sense. But you see a lot of brawl, see some spam, seen a lot of spam this match. I'm kind of interested, you know, I kind of think that this is going to go to the team that plays better defense based on the team, what we've been seeing from these teams. I don't know, though. You know, maybe one of them's going to, like, pull out a crazy Winston dive out of their pocket. You know, I have no idea.
It'll be interesting.
Ready for battle.
Each team going to get a chance to push the car along this blue trail into the objective at the back of the map where blue team's coming out of right now. This is what I was kind of mentioning about this map being so dive-centric, is both teams kind of have to sit here, like, they're going to have to either close the distance with a brawl tank, or we have to sit here and poke, and dive gives you the advantage of just being able to, like, jump up on this high ground and contest the enemy team, so it'll be interesting to see how they approach this.
So, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Cedar Rapids Wash. Oh, with a little bit of a change-up, though. We see Daddy working on the Genji. All right, and we see a Genji on defense here from Waterloo East. Hello. All right. Yeah, I'm interested to see. We see the Mercy come out, so a few change-ups from these teams here. Yeah, and it looks like Cedar Rapids able to kind of push forward around this first corner. Waterloo playing back a little bit. Are they going to get pushed off this high ground, though? Trying to see. Healer's doing a lot of work here for Waterloo East. Oh, Lamac V, though. Oh, this aggressive Kiriko. He's going up top. What is he doing? He gets out. What is going on?
Daddy working playing tank for Cedar Rapids is Genji, drawing a lot of attention.
They're literally just distracting Waterloo. Just going up there, climbing the wall, saying hello. Meanwhile, the team is just going underneath. And here we go. So we see Daddy working here on the Genji, coming on this backline flank. Ooh. Oh, wow.
Wow, that was impressive.
That was impressive, though. But Waterloo answering back. Which Genji is going to outduel the other? Milky Stone getting a ton of picks here. Yeah, and it looks like Daddy Workin going to have to back off, and the Genji player from Waterloo East with a ton of ult charge toward Blade. Now, neither team running Ana. So, for those of you listening, Genji got kind of a little bit of a soft nerf when it came to the new patch. So, without Nano Blade, it takes one extra swing in the new patch for a Genji to take out most players. And we see two Blades about to come online.
Comes one from Milky.
Yeah, Milky's Blade coming out.
Against caught out.
Oh, and Daddy Workin's Blade comes out. It's an even
Daddy
fight.
Workin got one. It is still even. Mr.
Ooh.
Pumpkin here with Window.
Yeah, it looks like, though, that out of that, the edge goes to Cedar Rapids because of the loss of the tank. Crunchy back, though, really fast here and almost with an Annihilation, so they should be able to hold this point here. The BAP, oh, Annihilation Kitsune coming out here for Waterloo. Waterloo, just with these two high-value ults, able to walk forward. Oh, he's up in the ultimate!
Oh.
He should have saved it.
That was tough. They should have. If you're watching the kill feed, you see two of your teammates go down. You should kind of just sacrifice yourself and reset.
Yeah, so I mean, I get like wanting to go for the clutch play. Definitely should have saved the ultimate there from Iahsea. We see the swap back to the Sojourn.
This is gonna be a big stagger.
Oh,
That's a huge stagger.
that is a huge stagger, and going from possibly 2 fights to 1 fight here for Cedar Rapids. Cedar Rapids also, you know, losing that flux, a little rough, and what they absolutely cannot have happen is allow Waterloo to farm another ult. If Waterloo can enter this fight, are they going to get a pick, though? Milky Stone doing a ton of work on this Genji in the backline of Cedar Rapids. Waterloo East looking very comfortable here with this boosted Genji. Cedar Rapids not able to walk forward. They have 3 ultimates online, though. They have the window visor. They have the Kitsune rush. Ooh, Crunchy will go down, though. Cedar Rapids should be able to walk forward on that. Waterloo, though, can they answer with a pick of their own? Daddy Workin is getting low. Iahsea walking forward. The rock goes out, and they are giving up so much space here. Milky Stone, though, he sees it. The Mercy Res coming out, though, on point. A crazy Mercy Res from Waterloo. Is it going to be the difference? Lamagby has to pop Kitsune Rush off of that. Panic ulting, and the Blade coming out for Waterloo. It's anyone's fight, but the Genji Milky Stone for Waterloo doing so much work.
This ends now.
That was frankly unbelievable. That Mercy Res just won them that fight.
That Mercy Res for Waterloo. The Pog. Oh my gosh. From the sky, coming down, getting the Genji back alive. So, like, Waterloo at first, they misplay this, right? They back off a point, and they are about to let Cedar Rapids have it. The Genji's like, no, right? Like, we need to contest this. It's last fight. Genji gets picked. The Mercy Res brings them back in, allows the Genji to farm Blade.
And he absolutely popped off of it, which was nuts. I think if Cedar Rapids is a little bit more proactive, though, they win it because they had full advantage and, like, pressure into Waterloo, making it back up. And yeah, Milky and the Mercy made a fantastic play there.
Wow.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, really ready, like, you know, I was ready for a longer game of Overwatch right there, right? Like, Cedar Rapids looked like they could comfortably take it. And here, like, Waterloo just showing resilience, right? Like, look, you know, never give up. The last fight of a point can be the last fight of a match, right? You know, Overwatch teams that internalize that, it's like, look, why would we want to play the other point, right? Shut them out. End the game early.
Overwatch is definitely a game where it is not over until the bell rings. It is all the way it can be done to the very last second, and fights can turn in an instant.
4, 3, 2, 1.
This is very much a game of it is not over till it's over, and that was a great example of it.
The payload.
And
So we do see the Winston dive come out here for Waterloo. Still on the Genji Tracer. Wow, we see a dive comp at the high school level. Amazing. Not something that we see a whole lot. Can they execute, though? The monkey. Getting forced off the high ground, though. The Tracer will get picked here by a nice railgun fit flick from Daddy Workin. And here's the thing, though. Cedar Rapids has to make sure, if they're going to hold this point, that they can't get pushed under. And Daddy Workin going down there, a huge loss. And this Genji, Milky Stone, just going straight into the backline of Cedar Rapids. Waterloo, oh, but the Brig taking out the Mercy. Brig, the right call here into the comp. The ultimate anti-dive character. And these teams just trading blows back and forth. But this Winston staying alive.
He's playing this very, very well. He's playing this very well. He's taken a lot of distraction, drawing a lot of aggro. And he just allowed his team to get underneath without them really having to do much.
Daddy Workin having to push off the single member of Waterloo who was trying to backcap there. And Waterloo in really good shape here. We almost see a Primal Rage come online. Cedar Rapids is kind of a ways away from their ultimates. And it's...
very quickly.
Yeah, and Waterloo regrouping very quickly. Waterloo... Oh, and the huge pick there. The Baptiste out of position on that high ground. I mean, I know we don't see a lot of dive here, but... Oh, this is a beautiful dive here. Coming out from Waterloo. Waterloo showing, hey, look, we can play dive in high school.
Yes, they can. The coordination between the Winston and the Genji is on point there.
I mean, that's exactly what they needed to do, right? I don't know who ended up picking this map. Waterloo able to play the dive here and do it very well, and really awesome to see. Crunchy looking a lot more comfortable on that Winston, and
Crunchy played this very, very well. He did exactly what he needed to, and it wasn't so much about him getting eliminations, but he was just going up, drawing aggro, distracting the enemy team. He's got 3 people looking at him right now, and his team can basically do whatever they want.
I mean, the play of the game though was that mercy res though. That was absolutely insane. I mean, it was incredibly risky, but it's what they had to do in order to like set themselves up that well. So we will move on to a game 4 here. Waterloo up 2-1. If Waterloo takes this next map, they will advance to the next round. Cedar Rapids Wash, if they lose the next round, will get knocked down to the loser's bracket. However, if Cedar Rapids Wash takes this one, we will move into a game 5.
It'll be interesting to see if they pull the monkey out again.
I mean, I'll be honest, right? I like the Winston pick here from Waterloo. I think that, you know, a lot of teams, right, they're going to expect a Rhine Brawl. They're going to expect a Ram Brawl. You know, maybe, like, there are a couple teams that do interesting stuff like Wrecking Ball or, like, Junker Queen, but you just don't see hard dive that much in these tournaments. I don't think teams are well practiced against it. And so if you can execute the dive, Milky Stone's Genji doing incredibly well that last match. And gotta give the guy props. Gold 4.
That didn't look like a gold 4 player, I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, absolutely. That did not look like a gold 4 player to me at all.
But not even close.
All right, we will be back momentarily with the next map choice. All right, and we will be back on map 4, Eichenwald. So it's been an exciting first 3 maps here at the Iowa High School Esports Association Winter Finals. Yeah, so Waterloo taking the first map on Nepal. Cedar Rapids answering back on Coliseum. Waterloo answering right back.
And they decide on another fan favorite map, Eichenwald. Like both teams are gonna have a chance to capture this point and take control of this payload, and then they get to push it kind of like the last map, all the way to the other end. The team that makes it the farthest gets the win.
The dive coming out for Waterloo definitely throwing Cedar Rapids off. Doing super well with the dive, and it's pretty. This has been a really interesting matchup thus far. These teams very evenly matched. The only time that it really looked lopsided was on that attack from Waterloo last map on Gibraltar.
The monkey switch was very interesting. I don't think that Cedar Rapids was ready for that at all, and they performed it very well. They did very, very good on the monkey Genji combo.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
So we see Cedar Rapids walking out on their sort of comfort comp that we have here. Really for them, it's going to be, can they get past this first choke? This first choke point of Eichenwald for a spam team, pretty brutal. Normally you might see like a symmetric teleport or something cheeky to kind of get around this, and this is why, right? You have so many angles on the defending team that, like, if you can't really go around here and flip the map and make more space, you're pretty much stuck here in the front.
And you can see there's just so much spam coming through this choke. You're sitting at the back of the fight, and then
Gosh,
gets
though,
picked by Daddy Workin. That was a great shot.
crazy shot there from Daddy Workin. And Cedar Rapids Wash should be able to walk forward off of that. Ooh, but Lamag V getting taken out by Milky Stone, making this fight
It's an
even.
fight. I hope the Nay doesn't get caught out. Waterloo able to regroup,
Yeah,
and
and
they're back at full strength again.
Cedar Rapids really needing to just back off here. I mean, it's they are 5v3 right now with the Discord Arb.
So Waterloo pushes in with this coalescence and takes advantage of it. They wall off the Stigma
Ooh,
and
the huge May wall there from Waterloo. Stigma getting walled
get
off.
punished for it. They needed to back up sooner.
Look, May walls are scary, you know.
They're very scary. I've been caught out by many.
You should.
They're easy to forget about too. They're very easy to forget about.
Yeah, and this is the, May. So we have not seen May yet, right? May is normally a very common pick, even in the high school league. I mean, May, just a very strong character in Overwatch in general. Oh, an amazing wall there. Again, look.
They force out Transcendence and save the Sigma.
I think Milky Stone must be one of these players that continuously complains about being hard stuck gold because they are not gold. Like, Milky Stone has been putting on quite the performance here.
And it shows with that last play. He walled off the Sigma, waited for Transcendence to end, and then countered with his ultimate and won the fight off. It was very well played.
So kind of a slow reset here from Cedar Rapids. They do have a bunch of ultimates coming online, but Annihilation, Transcendence, and Overclock almost online for Waterloo. Waterloo looking really comfortable here. Again, this map, very difficult to attack. Another Maywall coming out. We need the immortality there goes down, and Waterloo rotating extremely well here, right? Just playing around this building. Proactive Annihilation coming out. Oh, nothing going from that Gravitic Flux. But winning the battle of ults here is Cedar Rapids. Again, Cedar Rapids just a very mechanically sound team. Like, sometimes they just win these fights off of their pure skill. Waterloo had such a huge advantage there. With 4 ultimates, 1 minute left, and Cedar Rapids walking in with 2 ultimates and taking that first point. I'll be honest, I was ready to call that one.
I think Cedar Rapids won that because they just used their ultimates quickly, and they got two very important picks with it right off the bat. The ult economy side of it probably wasn't the best, but they won the point because of it, so they get more time.
Now, again, Cedar Rapids sticking with this bread and butter comp, okay? The hard part of this map for them is over, right? They are in much better shape here on this second stretch in Eichenwald because these sight lines open up for them. Although they do lose their Baptiste to a pick here. And that kind of allows the Ramatra from Waterloo to walk forward. Another huge Maywall coming out from Milkstone. And 2 ultimates online for Waterloo. Waterloo, again, still with a pretty big advantage here on defense.
This is such a hard point to attack on because this high ground where Freddy is standing is so strong.
Yeah, Freddy giving up the high ground. I mean, oh, here we go.
Which is understated. I think he saw they were going to rotate up, and he had no help of it, so he was just coming back to his team.
Wow, Nettie working, doing the Lord's work over here because allowing their team to rotate over. Unfortunately, Cedar Rapids, they've got the right idea. They just didn't do it fast enough. Trying to flip the map here and set up the high ground on their own. But unfortunately, the whole of Waterloo East able to walk forward on Daddy Workin, and a Transcendence coming out off of this.
Slow down. Waterloo may be able to regroup and stabilize. Too much space.
This Kiriko needing to stay alive for Waterloo. That a Blizzard coming out, Annihilation online. This Blizzard should just be able to stop it on its own.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
And ooh,
Waterloo's
Kitsune
gonna
Rush.
farm Kitsune Rush, and she's
Oh, Daddy Workin though, just popping off, getting 2 picks. It's not enough though. Iahsea still alive though. The tank for Cedar Rapids. But with 50 seconds left, we are moving into last fight territory with an Annihilation online for Waterloo East, an Overclock online versus a Window and a Gravitic Flux, and another huge stagger.
Mr. Pumpkin been caught out a couple times by that. Cedar Rapids not resetting quick enough may bite them.
30 seconds remaining.
Cedar Rapids trying to flip the map again. Again, just needing to do it faster and together.
This will be last.
There is that Annihilation that you see. We also see the Flux. 15 seconds left though. They have to move fast. And there we see the Flux come out. Daddy Workin with the pick. Annihilation coming out. Walking forward.
Daddy Workin coming in clutch. Getting 2 picks. Bringing up the Kiriko. Looks like Cedar Rapids may take this. Waterloo may have one more shot to defend if they push quick.
I mean, Waterloo, if they get back fast, and they are coming back super fast, Waterloo is the faster team, right? So, able to regroup, but they need to contest this point. They have stacked up in a death funnel right here for Cedar Rapids. And
hopefully they can get Visor off.
oh, huge pick though.
On the Zen, they get a pick on the Soldier.
Yep, there it is.
That's going to be it.
So Cedar Rapids, though, able to push it further. That was good for them, right? Only, though, getting the first point in that little bit. Now, here's the question. Do we see the dive again on the first point of Eichenwald? And is Waterloo just going to try to get there faster?
Initiating.
They might. I'm not sure. Not a lot of teams try to dive on this. A lot of teams will use SimTP or... Well, say, personally, I do dive, but a lot of teams, if they run Brawl or a poke, they'll try to SimTP behind and, like you said earlier, flip the map and try to get behind the defending team. But we'll see. The Monkey was very effective on Gibraltar, so they may try to pull it out here. I wouldn't be surprised if they swap to the dive for set. If they don't run it on first point, I wouldn't be surprised if they swap to dive for the second point.
Ready for battle.
Having the Winston to be able to contest this high ground is very, very useful.
Ooh, so we're thinking about it. There are thoughts happening on the side of Waterloo. You know, we're trying not to discuss the compositions too in depth in the planning phase, but you know, I'm really interested to see what comes out here. This is kind of a really interesting hybrid that we're seeing from Waterloo.
It is a very interesting comp. For sure. It'll be interesting to see how they pull this off.
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
All right, so we see a kind of an interesting cross setup here from Cedar Rapids on defense. Pretty standard. The Ramatra coming in from the right side to pressure out the Sigma from Waterloo. Ooh, just Morales, though, with some nice, crisp aim there. Forcing out that immortality, though, the Genji. Again, our hard-stuck gold Genji player, Milky Stone. He, putting in a lot of work here today, though. Ooh. And, yeah, like, this is just very chaotic, right?
Crunches in very deep.
Cedar Rapids not able to reset very well here, and it's kind of allowing Waterloo to push them forward onto this point. Waterloo basically just walking forward.
They did a really good job of just chipping away space. Crunchy did a really good job of just pushing in, applying pressure, backing up, and getting healed, and just chipping away space.
We see a Flux almost come online here, but Waterloo, if they are able to secure this, are going to have almost 5 minutes to push this, not even a complete point. Waterloo also farming a ton of ult charge. Sorry, 515, more than 5.
It's going to be very hard to defend. But Cedar Rapids does kind of have an advantage here with their pokier comp. They can control high ground a lot better.
Ooh, Bap, what are you doing?
The only person that can really get up here in a hurry to contest is Milky Stone on the Genji. Waterloo's going to have to take a very long rotation with the Ramatra to get up there, and it'll give Cedar Rapids plenty of time to react to it.
We see Blade, Valkyrie, Kitsune, and Annihilation almost out with just Flux to answer it. 4 ults should just be able to secure, and a huge pick. There's the Blade from Waterloo.
Whoa!
Oh!
Daddy working with
Sit down, Genji! Crazy flick there from Daddy Workin. Trying to keep their team in this, but Waterloo with such a huge advantage.
Get
But
the mercy pick?
Iahsea and Daddy Workin just doing everything they can to keep their team in this game.
Both teams just fighting for their life right now. Both teams are trying so hard to get this.
Yeah, absolutely. What Waterloo needs to not do is get just staggered super hard here, right? They are super spread out. And we see, you know, Cedar Rapids able to use this cover on this high ground. Waterloo, they have Blizzard Annihilation, right? Now, they're not probably going to be able to get Cedar Rapids super stacked up for a ton of value off of this, but they can use it to get picks. The Annihilation comes out. They're walking forward here. A Visor, though, coming out to answer back, and the May will go down. Annihilation will get the bat. It's anyone's fight here again, but the tank for Cedar Rapids, Iahsea, staying alive, but this Genji, Milky Stone, he's shown us all that he is not hard stuck gold. Milky Stone's still alive. Farming Blade, like, look, I don't know. Milky Stone doing a ton of work here for Waterloo, and, like, you can't let him farm Blade.
He's been doing a very good job. He's been doing a very good job of not getting
Caught out there.
I say that as he gets caught
Yeah.
out. It's unlucky. That Sigma Rock can be very punishing if they hit it. It's a hard ability to hit, but it's very effective.
No! The
Oh,
ST
no.
from Mr. Pumpkin! Oh my gosh!
That was
Waterloo moving forward really fast off that. They know this is their opportunity. The SD, the BAP jump into the pit. And here, Cedar Rapids has to back off.
it's taking a long time.
The railgun coming out, taking out this Morales. Daddy Working, popping their ultimate, getting a pick on Crunchy.
We may see the Blade out here this fight from Milky Stone, but they may hold it for next.
Mr. Pumpkin is back. The Blade comes out. There's a Discord Orb on this Genji. Lamag B with the kick.
The Discord Orb comes in clutch again.
2 members of Cedar Rapids still alive, with 1 member pushing. Look at this. Freddy just doing so much work, keeping this objective. Both these teams just brawling this out. It's anyone's game. Whose tank will get back first? It's Waterloo. The Ramatra, though, getting distracted by Daddy working on the high ground. Rotating over. Getting distracted on this high ground. Just needs to push the objective. Instead, Iahsea, Cedar Rapids, Washington, rotating. They rotate and push Waterloo off of this high ground.
The rocks from the Sigma are coming huge on the Genji. It's the second time that Milky Stone's been caught out by that.
Wow. Crunchy getting distracted by the Baptiste player from Cedar Rapids Wash, walking all the way around, getting isolated on the high ground. If Waterloo goes straight to point there and pops that Kitsune Rush, this is game over. And then they trow in 5 into a Gravitic Flux straight into the funnel. The Kitsune Rush coming out. Will it be enough? The Ramatra is still alive. Waterloo East able to push forward. Daddy working. Is he able to get away? He goes straight into the backline of Waterloo, kiting the Ramatra away from the objective. Daddy working will get out.
Played that very well. Played that very well.
The Ramatra walking forward though. Iahsea, the
big
tank,
window.
almost back. Cedar Rapids Wash, giving this everything they have. They have 3 on point. Transcendence, back window. Ults are flying everywhere. Whose game is it gonna be? 15 seconds left for Waterloo East.
Unbelievable.
They have 2 ults. Can they regroup fast enough?
They're gonna have.
Oh.
Kiriko has to touch. They're not gonna have time.
But Freddy gets staggered. Daddy working is down. Call me, man, he's out. 2 seconds left. They can't make it back to the point. Cedar Rapids Watch will take this to game 5.
That was an unbelievable hold.
That was unbelievable.
That was an unbelievable hold. The Sigma did such a great job with his rocks hitting the Genji and eliminating it twice. 2 fights in a row. Great plays by the Sigma. A huge shot on the Genji by Daddy working when he was popping his blade. That was nuts too.
And just crisp aim all day from Cedar Rapids Wash. All right, and we will figure out what the last map is going to be to decide this drawn-out first round of the Iahsea Winter Finals. All right. We are determining if these teams are ready, and this one will go to Map 5 Busan.
And this is anybody's game. Both teams have been very resilient when they get punched, and it's been a very, very close match so far. It is anybody's game right now.
Absolutely. Busan, also, I feel like a good neutral map for these teams.
Mm-hmm.
Busan seems like a map that will... Oh, I almost hit start. My bad.
All right, we are ready. Here we go, game 5.
Now traveling.
So, starting out here on Busan, really anyone's game.
In the middle of Busan. Nice view.
Gonna need to fix that camera.
Let's see where they are.
Yeah, it's gonna be over there. If you hit shift, you go faster. Sorry about that, folks. A little bit of an interesting map load in that we have here, just kind of sending us way out into outer space. Just don't know why.
Starting with control center, I think. Yeah, it started us in a weird spot. There they are. Oh, I didn't know. Did you hit tab?
I hit F1. Alright. So, there we are. And here we are. Alright. And we see the spice coming out. We do see some
my goodness.
crazy switches here. Alright. So, the Doomfist. Yeah, Doomfist, Genji, Sombra, Lucio, Kiri. Cedar Rapids, they are like, look, this is what we're gonna do. But the Doomfist, oh, can he get over to this high ground and make a splash? Yep, there he comes. The Discord Orb coming out, though. Doomfist can do very well into these spam teams if they aren't coordinated.
The Doomfist pick was actually a sub-end. This will be very interesting to see how they play with it.
And Cedar Rapids clearly not ready for this at all.
We're not ready for that at all. Doomfist is a very fast-paced, very high-energy character, and if you can't keep track of him, he will ruin your day.
I mean, you know, the strategy in general, don't shoot the Doomfist. We see the swap to Brig, kind of some type swaps, right? The counter dive off the Zenyatta right away from Cedar Rapids, and it kind of looks like don't charge up the Doomfist.
And when he blocks it, he takes less damage, so you can tank damage for his team, and it charges up his punch. It gives him more stun, more of a stun.
And there it is, the Mega Punch into the back line. Will miss everything, though. Cedar Rapids, this Doomfist has no cooldowns, but will get out with 35% health, able to regen. The Kiriko having to back off. Sombra going down for Waterloo. And Cedar Rapids, okay, you surprised us. We're going to adapt here with our playstyle. Milky Stone, though, again, just putting in tons of work. Give Milky Stone more lunch money, Mom and Dad. Come on now.
Cedar Rapids punching back really hard. They weren't ready for the Doomfist the first time, but they came out ready the second fight.
Almost 5 ults online, though, for Waterloo. Like, Cedar Rapids caught so unaware by this Doomfist comp, they were able to farm... Waterloo was able to farm up tons of ultimates, right? Cedar Rapids is getting there, right? The question is, though, is like, ooh, the Sombra. Like,
that was an enormous pick for Cedar Rapids. I'm willing to bet that Waterloo is going to same kind of blading.
There's the blade, though, with the Mega Punch coming out. Waterloo coming out, just winning this fight. Do they have somebody on point, though? Nope. But Iahsea here on the Ramatra, just die.
They don't need the EMP to get value out of blade. That was really good by Milky Stone.
Still 4 ultimates online for Waterloo. Milky Stone, though, kind of getting caught out of position here.
Cedar Rapids regroup quick. They gotta wait for their tank, though.
Absolutely. The Ramatra getting staggered a little bit there.
But Waterloo not applying a lot of pressure, and that might bite them here in a second, because it allows Cedar Rapids to get high ground.
The rally here online for the Brig, which could be a huge answer to some of these ultimates. But both teams kind of taking their time. Huge Mega Punch from the Doomfist coming out.
See how Mr. Pumpkin sets up this window. Probably gonna looking for a window visor. I imagine they're gonna try to do it on high ground, but maybe not.
Ooh, the beat going out. The meteor strike coming out. Annihilation out for Cedar Rapids. But it looks like Waterloo doing well. It is a 5v3 right now. Mr. Pumpkin trying to stay alive from Cedar Rapids. Waterloo, though, looking very comfortable here. 99%. But these teams doing everything they can to stay alive.
Using the EMP to cancel the Baptiste window, and it looks like Waterloo is going to take this point. These maps are best 2 out of 3, so we still have 1, possibly 2 more rounds of this to go. So it's still anyone's game.
That was going to be a huge uphill battle on that last point for Cedar Rapids Wash. I mean, the Waterloo was at like 80% with 4 ultimates, right? That one's pretty difficult to come back from. Now, here's the thing. Waterloo has now shown their hand, right? The Doomfist, the Spice coming out, right? How is Cedar Rapids going to adapt? Or can they, right? Like, is this going to be the X factor that Waterloo needed to take this home and advance to the next round of the winner's bracket?
It very well could have been. It looks like they're going to try some adaptations to try to deal with the Doomfist. And it may work.
So we do see the horse come out for the first time in this match, which I think is pretty interesting because Iahsea pretty good right now. Daddy working coming out on the Genji. Got kind of like this little brawl dive hybrid thing going on.
Most importantly, they can swap to Iahsea. They can control the Doomfist. They can spear him. They can spin him, and they can try to prevent him from moving around the map the way he does.
Ooh, the Sombra though getting a lot of value here. Sombra very strong right now, and it looks like Cedar Rapids Wash will get to the point first. Although Waterloo doing a really good job dancing around, getting picks, playing kind of like a peekaboo dive here.
Oh my. They just whittled away at Cedar Rapids slowly until they could get a pick, and then all came back in at the same time. They did a good job of hiding that and not overcommitting when they were down people.
The Lucio speed here gonna be also another big difference for Waterloo. Waterloo always able to engage fights on their terms, faster first, and Dismal
Morals may get caught out here by the Lucio, but he manages to get away. He uses his heal station, so he's not going to be able to be as aggressive.
Iahsea though on the Iahsea, walking forward onto the point. Daddy working, getting a pick onto the Sombra. Cedar Rapids looking to answer back. 20-20. They really need to take this point though. A lot of times both these teams have had a little bit of a slow setup despite a fast rollout. And it looks like Cedar Rapids is going to take this one back. Manny, good job. Yep, do not get staggered there. So we do see a Blade almost online here for Waterloo. And Waterloo swapping off, giving up on the Doomfist for the Junker Queen.
This is an interesting pick as well, because to be honest, Junker Queen kind of has a hard time dealing with the Iahsea. Almost the whole tank lineup has a hard time dealing with the Iahsea. So this will be interesting. Junker Queen has a lot of sustain and she does a lot of damage.
And you know, Junker Queen, not my favorite pick just into Cedar Rapids Wash in general. They do a lot of frontal damage. Now, I say that, and Milky Stone doing some work with that blade. The beat coming out, Waterloo pressing Q here and trying to take this. Milky Stone doing tons of work. Lamagvi's Kitsune Rush, though, answers back. And the Iahsea still alive here. Will go down, though. And Waterloo should take this point back. They do.
Waterloo going into the next one with what's going to be 3 ultimates. They may get Junker Queen ult, but maybe about mid-fight of the next fight, so it'll be interesting.
Kitsune EMP, huge value ultimates here for Waterloo. Waterloo, I mean, basically, they should be able to just seal it with these two. If the Sombra can get a 5-person EMP, this is going to be really hard for this to come back from.
EMP being one one of the strongest ultimates in the game.
But LeMagV picking off Manny with the kunai. LeMagV taking down the Genji. Milky Stone. Cedar Rapids answering back with just a cheeky Kiriko play.
Magv controlling that fight on the Kiriko. That was nuts. Waterloo was not ready for that.
Kiri carry here for Cedar Rapids Wash. But Waterloo coming into this fight. They've got a Rampage online. They've got EMP. They've got Kitsune Rush. They must be proactive. LeMagV still trying for the Kiri 1v1s. The hack coming out on the Soldier 76. Walking forward. Where's the EMP from Waterloo? They need it. The Suzu. There is finally the EMP coming out.
Looks like Waterloo is going to take this fight. Both teams coming back with... They're going to come back with, it looks like, again, a blade on Waterloo's side and a Kitsune and a blade on Cedar Rapids side, so this will be interesting.
Waterloo really needing to farm this Kitsune Rush and pop it immediately. Or, sorry, Cedar Rapids needing to farm this Kitsune Rush and pop it immediately. Both teams really need to be proactive with these blades. I mean, honestly, both these teams need to lay everything out on the table here. The first pick here is going to be huge. We see the blade come out. The Suzu coming out. The Baptiste going down. Daddy working, though. Answering back for Cedar Rapids Wash. The Kunais going crazy. Daddy working with the 4K. Cedar Rapids Wash answering back. And this is going to go to the bitter end, it looks like.
Round 3. Cedar Rapids taking round 2.
Round 3 of Game 5. It is anyone's game at this point.
Doesn't get any closer. The way both teams are handling and adapting to the enemy team is very impressive.
I mean, look, at first I was like really doubting Wash's ability to adapt here, right? But the Iahsea swap giving a lot of problems to Waterloo. You know, I don't know, right?
It's tough. Iahsea's tough to deal with as a tank. There's only... I think maybe Zarya is probably about the only one that can really deal with her as a tank.
Iahsea rushed. We do see Waterloo opting to go off of the Lucio here for the Zenyatta, maybe to try to blow up this Iahsea. But here's the thing, right? I just like having the speed better. I liked the Doomfist. I don't know. Now, Waterloo putting out a ton of frontal damage first. Walking forward with the Ramatra. Can they get set up first? The Discord Orb causing Iahsea from Cedar Rapids to take a ton of damage.
It looks like it's exactly their plan. They're going to put the Discord Orb on the Iahsea and try to supply as much pressure as they can.
Immortality gets baited out. Waterloo definitely winning the damage battle here. Ooh, the Zen, though, taken out. Daddy Workin will go down. And both these teams kind of stalling, rotating around this point.
Iahsea staying up.
Oh, a huge
She can rotate out here. This
Suzu.
may be a quick regroup and recontest for Cedar Rapids.
If Waterloo can stagger them here, it's going to be huge. But if they allow Cedar Rapids to regroup, which it looks like that Cedar Rapids is able to regroup, still no one has taken this point yet.
That was very, very well played by Cedar Rapids.
The Blizzard, though. Oh, a huge Suzu from LeMagV.
That was nuts. Cedar Rapids is playing this very, very well. And they're going to come out into the next fight with ult advantage as well. They forced Waterloo. They've forced a couple ultimates out of Waterloo.
So Waterloo takes the first point, but has to burn a ton to get it. They allow Cedar Rapids to regroup here. Here's the thing, though. Cedar Rapids has to play faster, right? This is a game of time. Cedar Rapids has ult advantage. They also can't allow Waterloo to farm up a ton of ult as they walk forward here. 30% though. And will we see the ults come out? We see that Discord Orb. It's shown a ton of value. Kitsune Rush coming out. Will we see the Gravitron?
They counter with the Transcendence.
Oh, will they counter with the Annihilation? Both these teams playing a game of chess right now, but that clock still just keeps ticking up in favor of Waterloo. If Waterloo is able to win this fight, They are going to be looking very strong here. Ooh, and they do it without burning the Annihilation.
This is going to be a tough push for Cedar Rapids without any ultimates, and they have to push into a window and Annihilation, and possibly a male by the end of the fight if it gets dragged out.
See the swap back to the SIG, and as a last-ditch effort, Cedar Rapids Wash moving forward. Both of these teams have played so incredibly well, though. I mean, really just an amazing performance here in the first round, showcasing the talent of these student athletes. Cedar Rapids Wash desperately needing a pick here to stay alive in this game.
In the last 10%, they got to push.
Annihilation and Blizzard, there's the pick they need. Can they get the May?
That was a big pick on the down.
Annihilation coming out, the Blizzard coming out. Mr. Pumpkin, but
and
they
they don't
C9.
contest. Oh no.
Dang. Wow. You know, hats off to both of these teams. Waterloo East winning it in a huge grind. Milky Stone, I'm sorry you're hard stuck gold. I promise you're not a gold player.
Doesn't deserve it.
Don't deserve it. You don't deserve that. That was just a crazy first game, though. A crazy performance from these two schools between Waterloo East and Cedar Rapids Wash. And I am so excited to see what the first round has to offer, or the second round has to offer.
Very well played by both teams. That was very good. It was very good to watch. Exciting.
Well, hey, thank you all for tuning in. I'm your host, Coach Clannon with Marshalltown Community College Esports, and we will see you in the next game. And we are back to the first round of the losers bracket here in the winter finals of the Iowa High School Esports Association State Championship. I'm your host, Coach Clannon, with your defending national champion, Marshalltown Community College Esports.
And I am Jacob Ross, a tank player for the Marshalltown Community College Overwatch team.
And here we are going to be starting out on Oasis in a matchup between Linmar and Cedar Rapids, Washington, back to win again.
And watching Cedar Rapids, Washington in the first round, they did very, very well against Waterloo. It was anybody's game. They took it to round 5. They fought very hard. So this will be very interesting. I didn't get a chance to see Linmar play, but this will be a very good game. We'll be starting out on Control Point Oasis. Just a few moments and we will get the game up and going. And it appears like both teams are ready. And I think we are good to go.
So Oasis, this has to be one of your favorite maps.
It's one of them. It's definitely one of the better ones. It's like a lot of fight variety. Very good aesthetic, like we mentioned in the last match.
I mean, just based off of the particular character that you like to play.
Yes. Well, there's very few maps that I don't kind of enjoy playing Wrecking Ball, but this is a very good one because there's a lot of angles. There's a lot of weird angles you can get to this high ground from. But it'll be very important for teams to try to contest this high ground right here and be able to control like every angle over the point.
So here, all right. Have some interesting setups coming out. I have to wonder if Cedar Rapids Wash's strategy right now is informed by the names.
I wonder.
Because, you don't usually just, roll out on the Brigitte. But, hey, when you see Daddy Winston on the other time, as our own Coach Sauce would say, Brig looks at Winston and says no.
Both teams moving to high ground very quickly. And
the dive with the Junkrat. Wild. So they coordinated the Junkrat jump with the Winston jump. Linmar taking the high ground here, pushing Cedar Rapids Wash back. Cedar Rapids Wash rotating back around and right. Ooh, getting the pick there. But they are taking a ton of damage because, they decided to take that narrow corridor fight against a Junkrat. But this Junkrat is down now. It is now time for Cedar Rapids to push forward, but their tank almost going down.
I was gonna say running the Junkrat on this map might not be. Junkrat's not like a meta pick or a great pick right now, but it might be kind of ingenious with all of these close corridors. We'll have to see how it works out. And he comes in and gets 2.
Here's the thing, right? Junkrat is just a character that you're gonna see being played because there's always that person that they're gonna play Junkrat, and that's what they're gonna do. Thankfully, we don't have that person. No offense, Don Bray. Sorry.
So when he's one of the characters that's very easy. He's relatively easy to play and get value on, but the skill ceiling is incredibly high. So if you have a good Junkrat up the team, you kind of set.
A bad Junkrat, they're gonna kind of just sit and spam a spot, right? A good Junkrat, they're flying around, taking off angles, trapping people. It's a pretty interesting character. Linmar here, though, with a complete advantage this game to start out. Wash having a lot of issues taking on this Junkrat. Linmar coming in with the blade and really just cleaning up.
Ooh, Kitsune blade, and that was just brute forcing them out of that small corridor. That was kind of brutal. Linmar played that very, very well.
Cedar Rapids Wash with 2 ultimates online. And it also looks like Linmar with 2 ultimates online. Riptire Coalescence, more low value ults than the Window and the Overclock. but a well-placed rip tire can give another team a lot of problems.
Looks like Cedar Rapids are going to be want to look and combo that window with either the visor or the railgun. Looks like they're going to try to do it with the visor.
Spoiler alert, Jacob. They're both from Cedar Rapids. A lot of ults flying around here. Linmar sticking to the point.
They don't combo the window and the visor.
And Linmar just kind of piecing apart Cedar Rapids Wash and will take this first point 1-0.
The strong hold by Linmar. The Junkrat came in hot and heavy that round, doing a lot of damage and a lot of spam, keeping them off the point. People kind of chuckle when they see people play Junkrat in games, but if you get a good one that knows what they're doing, they're nuts.
The best laid plans have backup plans.
They're frankly nuts.
Zesty Zen, you know, I have to, the alliterative Overwatch names.
One of the best thing about playing games online, I think, sometimes are the creative usernames that people come up with. I get a good laugh out of all of them.
Okay, so we see some changes being made here. We see Cedar Rapids Wash rolling out on the Junker Queen. We see the Tracer, Moira, Junkrat, Zen, Zesty Zen finally on the namesake, Zenyatta. And, ooh, Winston coming in, taking a little bit of frontal damage, but not enough to really worry about. Linmar coming in, taking this high ground, doing pretty well here on the strategy end. The Reaper here, super isolated from Cedar Rapids, Washington. Linmar able to walk forward off of this.
Again, both teams trying to compete for this high ground. Linmar did a great job of forcing Cedar Rapids off and pushing them back. It's very good. High ground is very, very important in this. Especially on this map. The only issue I can see is with the composition that Linmar is playing, they're not really going to be able to hold it all that well. They're going to have to come off and they're going to have to advance. So they may just hold this choke up here.
Cedar Rapids taking a little bit of time to reset. Linmar kind of all over the place, but it looks like they are set up where they want to be. We do see the Winston there up on the high ground, ready to jump in. And it looks like Cedar Rapids Wash just having to back off right away. Linmar able to really get this crossfire set up. But Daddy working with a huge showing here today at this tournament, giving Waterloo East, making them earn that win.
Huge pulse bomb by the Tracer. There's so much damage from the Junkrat and the Zenyatta combo. It's so hard for a tank to work around the Discord orb.
Lucky shot.
It's very hard, and the damage boost just means that the Junkrat is just going to do more and more damage.
Damage boosting the Junkrat. So, I've heard Junkrat was kind of negatively affected by the new changes. Can you kind of speak to that?
I think I haven't played him all that much, but they reduced the size of his actual projectile, and I think the explosion, like the area explosions, are a little bit smaller. But they added a new DPS passive last week that applies like a 20% healing debuff to anybody that takes damage. So like the AoE that Junkrat does, I honestly think got a little bit more valuable.
On the trampoline here, Daddy Winston
doing some bouncing around.
Like an old school Halo match. Shout out to Mr. Logan Wolf for that one.
Linmar collapsing on the Reaper.
And Linmar comfortably taking this one. Cedar Rapids Wash having 3 ultimates online to end the game, but Linmar comfortably taking this first control point map.
We're gonna have to see how they deal with the Winston, because it's like they haven't really had an answer for it yet.
And we will be right back as we figure out the next map. The second map will be Esperanza. All right. A very aesthetically pleasing map. Probably my least favorite of the push maps, but hey, I'm not the one picking these maps. And we are checking to see, Linmar, are you ready?
Jesus, this spell.
Linmar is ready. And Cedar Rapids, Washington, are you ready?
Is ready. See. Here we go.
All right, and we are going into the second map here, Esperanza, in the first round of the losers bracket of the Iowa High School Esports Association Winter Finals for Overwatch. Yeah, Linmar coming out with a pretty commanding first map, right? Pretty uneventful there for Linmar, doing really well there on control. But we've seen Wash does well on push.
They did well on push. They also did a very good job of adapting in the last round. They did a very good job of getting punched and then punching back and changing their strategy accordingly. They were very good at that. In this map, it's kind of like Iahsea where you have the long sight lines, but in my opinion, mobility's a little bit better on this because there's a lot more like tiny little corridors you can sneak around and you can run around in. You can set up dives very well on this map. So this is a very, very tricky map to control and play.
So, yeah, we're going to see the dive again here from Linmar. Linmar here with kind of a traditional monkey dive. Sans the Lucio. Ooh, we see an Ana. Ana really unpopular right now, just after the changes. I think her lack of mobility, devaluation of healing, I mean, there's some factors there. And Cedar Rapids Wash, they're going to do what they do. And they've done it well all day.
And the monkey push in the backline gets the Discord orbit and gets deleted immediately.
Yeah, Cedar Rapids Wash there just kind of clinically with the target calling, causing the monkey to back off there. They're going to get this first fight based off of that. And taking the high ground, really smart there.
There you go. They're just going to set up. They're going to get some free push. They're going to control height, and they're going to force Linmar to try to take high ground off.
Linmar rotating over. They're split up, though. The Junkrat trying to take advantage where they can on these low corridors. Winston from Linmar getting a pick on the MAC-V.
And the Junkrat comes in and blows up the Ramatra.
This Junkrat doing a ton of work here for Linmar today and allowing Linmar to push forward on Cedar Rapids Wash with a little bit of a stagger there.
Good, both teams going back and forth. They said Cedar Rapids did a good job of adjusting in the first round, so it'll be interesting to see how they handle this. They seem to be handling it fairly well.
Kind of sticking with their current strategy. I'm not sure. Like, they won the first fight, lost the second, got pretty good ult economy. Ooh, we see the Tracer here. Haven't seen a lot of Tracer today. Tracer very strong after and a huge
Big
pulse
stick.
bomb.
Holy cow.
Big stick. 2K there from the pulse bomb. The immortality saving the rest. But Linmar able to continue off of that.
Sticking pulse bombs like that is much more difficult to do than he just made it look. That is a very hard ability to land correctly. Tracer, one of the more exciting characters to watch play. So zippy.
Cedar Rapids Wash getting dove on by Linmar. Linmar able to kind of isolate. Wash kind of backed into this corner, unable to set up those cross angles that they've done so well. The Junkrat, though, just giving them tons of problems. But Iahsea walking forward in the Nemesis form on the Ramatra. The Ramatra for Cedar Rapids, Washington, pushing into the backline of Linmar. Coalescence comes out for Linmar. Annihilation online for Cedar Rapids Wash. Cedar Rapids Wash pushing forward onto the Ana for Linmar. Daddy working with the 2K on the railgun. 3K. Boom, boom, boom. And Cedar Rapids Wash will take this fight.
Going into the next fight, Cedar Rapids is going to have 3 ultimates. They're going to have one very good defensive ultimate. Probably going to looking at a Nano Monkey here for Linmar.
Nano Monkey online for Linmar, but we see the Annihilation Transcendence window. Ooh, the Monkey coming in, though, and almost getting a pick on the Soldier 76. Wash really need to respect this monkey better.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see the monkey either get nanoed and go in and burn through it to use his ultimate, or use his ultimate and get nanoed.
There it is. Primal Rage coming out. The Transcendence is there to match. Annihilation is there to match. The Ramatra walking in on the back line. The Ramatra walking forward, but no picks. Winston in the back line of Cedar Rapids Wash. Linmar pushing forward. Linmar taking this fight. 3K from the Junkrat. Lamag V, though, answering back with the Zen 2K.
Oh,
Iahsea, it's just Iahsea and Lamag V. They are pushing forward. Emmanuel and Iahsea winning this fight on their own. Is the Ana, though, going to seal it out? The Ana looking to solo this Ramatra in Nemesis form.
This is so close. Both 1 HP, that was so close. Oh, and the Ramatra gets caught out. Oh my goodness.
Wow. That was a crazy,
fight.
Stagger there.
Both teams' support roles playing their hearts out to win that fight.
I mean, that was super clutch there from both teams, right? I mean, it's unfortunate. You know, you don't expect after that much of a brawl, the fast character like Tracer coming out. Cedar Rapids, Washington, winning that just brawl, like barroom brawl of a fight.
Good way to describe it.
Coalescence coming out for Linmar. Ramatra in Nemesis form. Walking. Gets the Junkrat.
Cedar Rapids playing this very well. They survived the Coalescence.
Linmar rotating, trying to get a look on that back line. Lamag V playing forward on that Zenyatta, getting the Transcendence that they needed. But the Winston jumping on the back line. Ooh, forcing a Visor and Transcendence from a Nano Monkey.
Transcendence, Visor, and a window for the trade for a Nano. So that may have been worth it for Linmar.
I mean, definitely worth it for Linmar in terms of ult economy. And honestly, I think Linmar, had they gotten that Primal Rage off,
it may have worked out differently. But they're going into the next fight with Primal Rage and Junk Tire. But Cedar Rapids has Annihilation and Railgun, so it'll be... this fight could go either way.
And here comes that Riptire. The Immortality coming down. Lamag V getting picked. Annihilation is online. Daddy working, looking for that overclock. Taking down the Winston. Ooh, Iahsea staying alive with that Annihilation. Walking. It's just the tank left alive for Cedar Rapids Wash. But in the Annihilation. Walking forward. And they are getting backcapped right now by Linmar.
Again, Cedar Rapids using more ults, Linmar coming out on top with the ult economy, so they coming up on Pulse Bomb. They don't have a lot of like high damage, high elimination ultimates, but the Winston ult can create a lot of space and disrupt an enemy's plan. Winston coming in, trying to poke out some abilities and just create a little bit of space, force them off height.
Coalescence here, coming out for Linmar. The players from Linmar very low. Offensive Coalescence trying to get that. The Primal Rage still online, has not been used yet for Linmar. The BAP window coming out pretty late for Cedar Rapids Wash. And there finally is that Primal Rage. The Winston just hopping around in the backline. Linmar with the 5K.
And the Primal Rage basically gives the monkey a second. He gives him a second life. He gets to drain his HP down to basically nothing, and he pops his ultimate and pops back up to 1000 HP. Resets his cooldowns. It gives him free reign for a fight. Very, very strong ability. It's also very difficult to use correctly.
So we see the BAP window here online for Linmar. Linmar comfortably ahead here. They have forward spawn. See the Transcendence. Ooh, but the pick coming out against the Soldier 76, forcing that Transcendence out. Linmar waiting it out. The Junkrat Tire, though, waiting out the Transcendence. Linmar pushing forward, and they should be able to secure this one.
Linmar taking a commanding lead on Push right now. Push is a very hard game mode to come back in. It happens fairly often, but it's very difficult. Cedar Rapids is going to have to win multiple fights in a row to bring this back. They're on a Reaper now, which is something we haven't seen much of.
You know, that's pretty interesting to me, right? Because Reaper, one, kind of a low skill floor character. Two, Reaper is really good right now.
He's very good right now.
Like, just a huge body, 300 HP after the update. Cedar Rapids Wash, pushing this forward. I'm not sure that they can do this without going into overtime.
I'm not sure that. Yeah, I'm not sure they have time either. It's going to be very close. They did make it past forward spawn, but it's good. I think you're right. I don't think they're going to get past. Because they're going to be able to do this without overtime.
So into the monkey and the Junkrat and a pulse bomb. Having to stay consolidated on this robot is incredibly risky right now for Cedar Rapids Wash. We see the teleport up from the Reaper, going into the backline. Tracer getting a pick on the Mag-V. And it looks like that Cedar Rapids Wash getting struggled. Daddy working with the railgun out. And Linmar walking forward once again with that coalescence. I love how the Moira is vampire, not vampire, vampire. The correct pronunciation.
And they've gotten the coalescence off. Almost, it seems like almost every fight. They're farming their ult very, very quickly.
Yeah, the Moira here for Linmar doing tons of work. Vampire Kit doing tons of work here for Linmar. And it looks like that Linmar getting set up on this right side here. Annihilation is online for Cedar Rapids Wash, but they are off the spot. They must walk forward.
Daddy working with a pick on the Tracer. He gets traded back by Moira.
Ooh, and
Vampire Kid to Diamond on the Zen. She gets the Elim on the Zen.
Backing off there, but again, but getting backcapped here. You know, I get it. It's cheeky. It's fun, but like, help your team in the fight. It's always good to win the fight over push the bot. Linmar looking to secure this second round, staggering Cedar Rapids Wash. We see the ball come out though. Aw, I was ready. I was ready for it. I was so ready.
It'll be interesting if we see a ball player come out in the tournament. It'll be fun. And the support,
This was a crazy play here.
The support lineups for both teams playing out of their mind this game.
Just popping these headshots here with the Discord Orbs 3. I mean, just insane damage here from the Mag-V. And we will move on to the third map here. Linmar up 2-0 in a battle of the Cedar Rapids Metro area over Washington. And we are back after that nice word from our sponsors. Thank you so much for Lily May Chocolates here in Marshalltown for helping to sponsor the event. Also, huge shout out to the Marshalltown Chamber of Commerce. Without you, this would not be possible at all. And here we will go to Dorado for possibly the deciding map of the first round of the losers bracket here at the Iowa High School Esports Association Winter Finals. Cedar Rapids Wash doing much better on the last map, but still Linmar kind of leaning on them.
Yes, and if Linmar stays with the Winston comp, I think it's going to be hard for Cedar Rapids to defend this because this point has a lot of high ground, and the best way to take it is with a dive comp. You can contest the high ground very well with it, and it'll be interesting to see.
I'm not sure how the map banning process works, right? So, in our league, the losing team bans a map, the winning team bans a map, and the losing team just gets to pick one. Not really familiar with how the ban process works here. It's all good. If I were Cedar Rapids Wash, I would have stayed away from a Winston map like the plague. And this is Winston's best map.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, it's an interesting choice into a Winston player, but we'll see how it works. It's also it's a good map for Sigma as well.
Absolutely. So, maybe that's the rationale, right? So, Cedar Rapids Wash has had the most success today on the Sigma. Iahsea here doing a super good job, kind of holding the line on the Sigma, staying alive, getting those picks, getting those rocks, and here we see Linmar up on the high ground. Which team is going to get the first pick?
Being able to spam on the high ground like he's doing now with the Sigma is very huge on this map. It's going to force Linmar to disrupt their position and move around and get off that height, which is exactly what happened. And now they're all piled up in the choke.
Iahsea getting the tracer there to answer back. Daddy Winston going down for Linmar.
I think they're just in cleanup right now.
Yeah, this should be Cedar Rapids Wash's fight. Able to kind of just press W here and walk to the next point.
Very well played. Did a very good job of just surviving, not dying, and pressuring the high ground to get Linmar off of height. Using the Sigma spam was a good call. Let's see if Linmar can contest this before it captures, and it doesn't look like they're going to. Oh, they're very close.
Linmar moving fast back to point. We
Daddy
see the
working.
Moira there. Daddy working has put on a performance today. Very aggressive playstyle though. Getting punished there. And this Coalescence, the Moira here. Again, right? Like, thinking about the picks. The Moira has been so strong for Linmar. I think you got to get off Genji.
I might agree with you. The Moira was just kind of like chipping him down as he was doing his blade there, and she was the one that finished him off.
So, Vampire Kit. Also, I love that skin. Like, I just have to appreciate the Mime Moira skin.
Can't catch her, she's too squirrely. I'm trying to get a good shot of it.
Cedar Rapids Wash walking forward. They've got a Gritovitic Flux online. Getting Linmar into a corner here. But the Blizzard coming out for Linmar. A huge ult.
Timing on that was very good.
Oh, and a beautiful pulse bomb. Probably not necessary, but Linmar with the style points there.
The lamp came out, but it was just a little bit too early, I think, and it was able to get destroyed in the Blizzard. And the Blizzard on that from the May was beautiful. All of them were caught up in this choke. Very, very tight area.
4 ultimates online for Cedar Rapids Wash. They need to move fast. They need to get past this choke. Linmar set up very well. They have a Gravitic Flux and a window online with high ground. The Baptho player for Linmar kind of running it down, but will get away. And the Moira just, again, doing so much work here. Keeping Linmar into this. Forcing the Transcendence. Forcing the Flux. The Soldier is down. Linmar still has 2 ults. Linmar now ahead on ults when they were behind. Lamag V trying to get these picks. Oh, gets the... This is Lamag V!
The support lineups for both teams just playing out of their mind.
I was about to say, yeah, like, this game it has been the battle of the supports. Both teams' support players doing so well.
And it's wild to think, because 2 weeks ago, Moira and Zen were not considered fantastic picks in the game, and here we are.
Look, all I'm saying is Zen Lucio is viable right now, and I think that our very own Coach Rick died of happiness. Just a little bit.
Yeah, we had a discussion about it. We like adamantly refusing to run Zen Lucio a couple weeks ago, and well, again, here we are. And Cedar Rapids trying to hold the height up there and getting forced out by Linmar. They're leaving their Genji alone on point. Vampire Kit showing no fear in the face of the Genji.
Yeah, absolutely not. And has farmed yet another Coalescence. Here, Linmar almost with 5 ults, 2 minutes left. Can definitely be smart about how these ults are used to keep Cedar Rapids Wash at bay.
Trying to catch Supreme God on the or Supremo GXD on the Tracer, who almost lands a pulse bomb that gets shut off by Lamp. Gets a pick on the Soldier. Vampire Kit comes on with the Coalescence.
Iahsea, though, trying to keep Cedar Rapids Wash in this. The Transcendence, though, forced out here. And Vampire Kit versus Daddy working. The battle of the MVPs here in this game. Ooh, but a visor coming out. Vampire Kit could not get away.
This is a good push by Cedar Rapids. This is a hard map to attack on. It is so difficult. Especially without a dive character that can control this height, but they're doing it very good.
Iahsea, though, taking some poke. I don't really see from where. Okay. Need to get this camera back here forward. So, Linmar kind of pressuring out here. I love the Pageboy Tracer skin. It is awesome.
And we see a swap to Hanzo now, which is something we haven't seen much of.
Oh, Gravitic Flux is back and forth. It looks like Linmar's will win out. Linmar able to push forward off of that, but they had to burn 4 of their ults. So Linmar with 5 ults there, having to burn 4 of them to stop Cedar Rapids Wash in their tracks before this next point. The question is, I'm not sure Cedar Rapids Wash can get back in time.
It's going to be very close. It's going to have to probably be either the Genji or the Soldier.
Ooh, huge rock there from Linmar.
It's big. They got a touch. I don't think they're going to do it. They didn't get there in time. Oh, no.
Cedar Rapids Wash did not get there in time, and now we will get to see, probably, I would be willing to wager, the Winston on attack for Linmar to try and seal this one out.
That was a really good push from Cedar Rapids, too. This is such a hard map to take on attack.
It is a hard map to take on attack. Again, you know, especially like without the dive, but taking it about halfway through the map. So Cedar Rapids Wash is able to hold this.
Mm-hmm. There have been countless times in my matches I've held teams right here in this choke because it's so hard to take. This high ground has such an advantage with the sight line. And you're like the attacking team basically has to walk into a death pit with all this high ground around them. Let's see how the teams respond.
My dad started playing Overwatch. Shout out there to our very own Elijah Powell, the Mercy player from Overwatch Gold. And yeah. Yep, there is the Winston. He's here. He's here. Love the Sombra. Like, want to see more Sombra just in general in this tournament. I've been basically... I'm sorry, Jacob. I'm sorry. I've been, like, one-tricking Sombra in this patch.
I hate to admit it, but she's actually a ton of fun to play, and she's very powerful. And she's a lot less annoying than she used to be. But she's still... And here they go with the dive, and
huge dive.
And the monkey just collapsing on the high ground immediately.
Oh, but Lamag V, again, these support players for both teams just really showing up. I mean, look, I'll be honest. As soon as the soldier went down, surgical dive from Linmar, I'm like, okay, right? Like, they're going to just push this forward. This is going to be an easy 5K. But Lamag V just keeping their team in this and putting out tons of damage. On will get the Winston with the crazy shot from Daddy Workin'.
And the Zenyatta pick being very strong for Cedar Rapids right now.
I mean, Zenyatta strong in general. Will it be in 15 minutes? So for all you viewers out there, this is one of the issues we have to run into in esports. There will be an update to Overwatch that happens during this tournament. And Zenyatta will be one of the characters affected.
That is part of playing this game, though, is the balance of it and what the power levels of each character basically change every couple weeks or so. And sometimes it happens in the middle of the games, and teams have to adapt.
Linmar looking to dive. Linmar taking the high ground. Iahsea from Cedar Rapids Wash trying so hard to stay in. That was a really good shot from that Winston player. And Linmar taking the high ground. Round 2. Throwing up that Junkrat trap. Daddy Workin' caught in the corner. Trying to 1v1 this Winston. Almost does, but nothing going. Linmar pushing forward with in the face of this BAP window and pushing to the second point.
We're going to be walking into the next fight. Cedar Rapids is going to have their overclocked railgun, and we're going to be going in with a blade. And Linmar's going to have both support ults as well, so this is going to be an interesting fight for Cedar Rapids. Well, Cedar Rapids is coming up on trans, so they're...
Lamag V really showing up here in this last round, desperately trying to farm up this coalescence. The overclock is online for Daddy Workin'. Linmar, though, coming up to 5 ults for one fight. Diving in. The blade comes out. Linmar, Daddy Workin' trying to stay alive here.
Is he going to get out? He is not going to get out. Looks like Cedar Rapids is going to have one more fight.
With the slow rollout, though, they do have the Transcendence left. But can they get to the point in time? Sigma, one of the slower tanks in the game. 3 ultimates, including the Coalescence, that has been a game changer for Linmar. Oh, but Lamag V, again, staying in this. Just trying to keep Cedar Rapids in this. Linmar still pushing. Linmar with that Primal Rage. The Transcendence comes out.
Transcendence. Timing on that was great.
And Cedar Rapids Wash has been playing off point all day. They have C9'd a couple times. And Linmar punishing 2 members. Witching off.
And they punish the monkey, and Cedar Rapids holds.
Oh, Cedar Rapids holding by the skin of their teeth. They have a tactical visor left. The Junkrat tire, though, could be the early and easy picks that Linmar needs to secure this.
And this is really good. Cedar Rapids controlling high ground. Getting set up quickly. And Linmar coming back very quick as well. And the Sigma drops. It's the contest point with the Genji. It looks like Cedar Rapids is going to have to drop.
And here it is. The Rip Tire coming out. The Winston, though.
And it gets destroyed by Mr. Pumpkin on the Baptiste.
Wild, but Cedar Rapids Wash is playing off point, and that will be it.
Very well played by both teams.
An unfortunate and uneventful end to this drawn-out brawl of a fight. Linmar will advance in the losers finals bracket, and Cedar Rapids Wash will have to, unfortunately, be done for the day. But just crisp aim all day. Cedar Rapids Wash coming in, winning out all the final games of their regular season, earning their spot in this tournament, and a great performance from them today. Well, we will be back with more action here momentarily as we figure out how these next few matches shake out. Thank you for tuning in. I am your host, Coach Clannon with Marshalltown Community College Esports. Hello and welcome back. We are in the losers bracket of the Iowa High School Esports Association Winter Finals, and we will be going to Busan, Marshalltown High School, the hometown team, versus Waterloo East. Hey, it is good to see all of you guys back. I'm your host, Coach Clan with Marshalltown Community College Esports, home of your defending 2023 national champions in the NJCAAE in Overwatch.
And I am trying to get the camera sorted out.
That would be Jacob Lil John Ross.
And I am a tank player for Marshalltown Community College Overwatch team. There it is.
Oh, MHS. What are you guys doing? You know, again, I promised I wouldn't talk about the composition setups that we see here on the live stream, but I'll be honest. MHS, coached by our very own Ethan McGurr. And I'll be honest, I don't know. I don't know if Ethan should coach after I see this. It's fine. MHS running out with the Doomfist, the Widowmaker, the Genji, the Lifeweaver, and the Lucio. Look, it's spicy. Samurai Sam with the pick on Chris Pay. Look, Samurai Sam going crazy here on the boom headshot on TEG Harris from Waterloo. Waterloo sending the Sombra up to deal with Samurai Sam's Widowmaker, but early on here, it looks like that MHS is taking an early lead.
It was a very commanding start for MHS. Sombra on top of the point, scouting, completely invisible. She gets a hack on the Widow.
The Ramatra kind of working in the backline here for Waterloo. Waterloo playing some really brutal games all day. All right, Waterloo getting the pick against Samurai Sam. And it looks like that this fight is even for now. The Doomfist staying alive for Marshalltown, though. And it looks like that Waterloo is going to walk forward. Iahsea, Carter Jr., the younger brother of our very young Carter Grego, going down on his signature Lucio. And Waterloo will take the point.
Two very quick fights going in two opposite directions, so this might be a very good match. Let's see if they can stay consistent on the Widow.
So, see if, you know, MHS getting a lot of value out of their Widowmaker early. Widow Genji, kind of an interesting combo. The Doomfist coming out, though, and causing a lot of problems. Oh, crazy headshot there. 3K from the Doomfist for MHS. Invincible moving forward. Miles Grego with the kill there. And looks like this Doom going to really just walk forward here for MHS.
He was going to go for environmental kill and punch the Sigma off the map.
I was hoping for it,
Mantra,
too.
rather.
We have an Annihilation online for Waterloo East. Visor coming. We have the Tree of Life. The Infrared Sight. That's the name of that ultimate. It is. And the Meteor Strike online for Marshalltown High School.
See if Waterloo can make anything happen with this. Getting held down. Oh, the Widow's not up on height anymore.
Ooh, Samurai Sam getting taken out by the Sombra for Waterloo East. Waterloo East able to walk forward off of this. I don't know if it's from the state championship or if it's from one of the tournaments we've hosted, but TEG Eris from Waterloo has been on my friends list for like 2 years.
An EMP and an Annihilation.
Interesting. So this Annihilation keeping Waterloo alive on the point, but not able to really answer. See, I thought Waterloo was going to take that fight because they got the early pick on the Widowmaker, but MHS able to stabilize here. They're kind of running down the Sombra, staggering Waterloo, and it looks like that they are going to take this first point. Hey, you know what? I was making fun of MHS's comp, but it worked.
It worked very well. And the early picks on that with the Widow were humongous.
So as we've seen from these games all day, we've seen a lot of grinds today. man, in Division 1, in the other room, Waukee going to 2 final point best of 5s, grinding it out. We saw the same thing from Waterloo versus Cedar Rapids, Washington. It has been a brutal tournament here today at the Winter Finals. These teams coming out trying to earn their spot at the top of the state in the Division 1 state championship.
Marshalltown rolling out on the Doomfist again. And Waterloo swaps to Iahsea to hopefully deal with the Doomfist. We saw a team swap Iahsea earlier in the tournament to deal with the Doomfist, and it worked pretty well. Let's see if it works out again this time.
Bastion turret form coming out for Waterloo. Waterloo using the Iahsea to punish the Doomfist. MHS trying to shuck around on the jive. Lost. 1, 2. And the Genji going into the back line. 3. A 4K for lost from MHS. MHS will take this fight. And the Iahsea will go down to the Doomfist. And MHS will take the first fight.
That was honestly pretty commanding from my point of view.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty interesting. The Doomfist is some spice, right? You see a lot of spam. You see a lot of brawl in these tournaments. You know, Doomfist, Ball, some of these more off-meta picks. If teams don't have a lot of time to practice against them, Samurai Sam in the back line. Samurai Sam trying to stay away. Farming up that Death Blossom. Death Blossom not online yet, but this Doomfist just doing so much work for MHS. And another 5K.
And not having time to prep for a Doomfist or a Wrecking Ball, like you said, it can ruin your day if you can't adapt quick enough.
I'll be honest, I don't know if I have ever won a game against Doomfist. That character tilts me. I just can't stand it. And in quick play in Overwatch is like Doomfist Simulator.
That is true.
The back window comes out for MHS.
They can rotate
Waterloo
wide.
trying to stabilize. It's an even fight. The Coalescence coming out for Waterloo. Waterloo moving forward. Their tank flanking out. The Coalescence comes out. They're looking for Miles. Miles gets out, though, barely. Waterloo, though, looking to take this fight. And they will retake this point.
They played that really well. They avoided the window and they backed out, rotated and forced Waterloo to come back to point, or Marshalltown to come back to point and contest them where they didn't want to. Disrupted their positioning a lot. Let's see if they can hold this doorway.
So MHS rolling out together. We see a Symmetra teleport back. It's immediately identified, though, and MHS goes into that high ground, taking a lot of damage for it, though. The Beat, Blossom, and Blade are all online, though.
Oh, and the Doomfist gets speared off the map.
Oh, Doomfist gets speared off the map. MHS converging on the Iahsea, though. Gravitron Surge is saved here. MHS taking the point back. So, Waterloo having this Gravitron Surge, going to need to engage with it early, but they have to be so mindful because MHS has 3 ultimates, a Blade, a Beat, and a Blossom. Man, Blade, Beat, Blossom, Jacob. Huge dash there from MHS. The Blade coming out. Samurai Sam with the Death Blossom.
Use all 3 of them.
Using all 3 ults, but that Gravitron Surge is down now. The only ult Waterloo is close to is a Junkrat tire, but I'm not sure that they're going to be able to charge that up in time. Looking for the fast rollout on the Doomfist. Waterloo trying to stay on the point with this Tracer, switching to fast characters to try and stagger this out. We have a Doomfist v Doomfist matchup here. Huge ante against MHS, but is it enough?
Tracer doing a really good job of just contesting point, trying to stay alive as long as they can, even with a small health pool.
And MHS will take the first map on Busan.
And that's tough. Trying to adapt to a Doomfist player, especially a good one, is a tough ask sometimes. Very squirrely.
Very squirrely. A lot of, you know, interaction here. Being able to hop around the back line. Meteor Strike resets the cooldowns. I mean, Doomfist can be hard to deal with. Plus, the Ren Blackhand skin, objectively correct. World of Warcraft crossover, shout out.
I never played World of Warcraft.
Well, that's because you're lame.
I played
man.
it. Well, that's a lie. I played it one time for like 10 hours straight and decided I didn't need it in my life and just never went back.
So
I
you made the
just walked
smart
away.
decision. All right. So now we're walking through this. Here would be the smart decision.
My buddies got me into it for one night, and I was like, guys, I don't need this.
And we will get ready to see where they're going to play on the next map. All right, and we are back. Map 2 here. Going to be Colosseo. Seen a lot of Busan, a lot of Colosseo today from these teams.
Yeah, I don't blame him on this front. Colosseo is one of my personal favorite maps. Not necessarily a popular opinion, but it's one of my personal favorites. A lot of fight variety, a lot of long sight lines, a lot of compositions can work on it. It's really interesting to see what the teams pick.
Absolutely. So here we see, yeah, you know, we've seen a lot of spam today on Colosseo. Long sight lines, trying to choke the middle, trying to take the high ground. I'm really interested to see what these teams roll out on.
Yeah, a lot of teams most teams play this long sight line here, but if you're running more of a brawl comp, like this side route's really good for brawl comp.
This is so interesting. All right, I mean, again, I'm going to wait a second to talk about it until the rollout happens, but we're literally seeing like a flip here.
Yes, we are.
So Waterloo East basically rolling out on MHS's comp from last map here. Meanwhile, MHS running out on a traditional Ram Brawl for Colosseo. So the Doomfist caught Waterloo off guard. Is Waterloo going to catch Marshalltown off guard with the Doomfist now?
Very well could. I remember seeing Hieroglyphics play Doom earlier, and he was doing really good, but he gets caught out there.
Does get caught out there, getting blown up. The Genji in the back line for Waterloo, though. MHS pushing forward and winning this fight pretty comfortably. We see Milky Stone on the Genji, though. No one to sleep on. Definitely hard stuck gold. Probably higher. And has been putting on a crazy performance all day today.
Every time I've seen this guy play, he always pops off. He's been doing very well. Let's see if we can catch him while he's jumping around. Poking at Marshalltown, trying to force out some cooldowns and create an opportunity. He goes in on the back.
Pretty there with the pick on Cryicity. And Milky Stone trying their best to make space, getting the back line here. Immortality goes down for MHS, and it looks like Waterloo should take this. But Invincible on this Ramatra, staying alive.
Milky Stone winning the 1v1 against the Reaper. Let's see if they can
It's
catch
just
this Ramatra
Cryicity
out.
and Invincible. Cryicity, though, goes down. Call me Manny. MHS staggering hardcore
Huge
here.
staggers.
And MHS needing to reset.
It looks like it's going to cost MHS. The staggers there cost MHS probably a good 10-15 seconds of time. Lucio and Ramatra die earlier. They're set up with their team right here instead of the tank having to walk back still. The Reaper trying to push in on the back line and gets caught out by the Curie. A lot of big plays from support players we've seen today too.
A lot of big plays from support players. There has been, right? Like, so many game-deciding plays. Oh, and another one right there, right? Like, the kunai headshot from Call Me Manny. Call Med Manny.
And they did very well there keeping their team alive. They saw an opportunity to secure a kill and they took it.
Getting the Kitsune rush off of that. Waterloo with 4 players alive. And again, right, like, this game right now, both sides has been Doomfist difference. The Doomfist causing tons of problems for MHS. Huge roster slop for Waterloo. And Waterloo basically just dancing around MHS right now. MHS with 4 ults. Waterloo with 4 ults.
Both teams with 4 ults are going to see a lot of cute presence this fight, I think. And Lost gets a pick with the Bastion ult. Here comes Kitsune and Annihilation, and Marshalltown goes up 2 people in that fight, and let's see if we can finish it off. Waterloo retreats, and they're going to regroup.
So MHS sticking to their guns here. No swaps have been made.
Here comes the Blade from Milky Stone gets the BAP.
Milky Stone has been putting in work on this Genji all day. And MHS kind of just having to avoid playing around the corners with this Doomfist. Waterloo playing together. Oh, Milky Stone will go down, but so will Lost.
And Waterloo can afford to give up a little bit of space here.
Alright, so we are back. Sorry about that little bit of a delay there.
Let's see if Marshalltown can make anything happen with this push. They've got a little ways to go. They may have one fight, maybe two, before they can take the lead. So if they can win one fight, they might be able to pull ahead here.
Waterloo setting up on the high ground. Ooh, Milky Stone, though, getting the pick again. Huge difference maker here in this game.
See if Freddy makes anything happen with his railgun. I'm going to getting a pick on the Doom. Cleaning up Marshalltown at this point. Very good recovery from Waterloo.
Yeah, Waterloo is in firm control of this game. They have 2 ultimates online. They have an Overclock and a Kitsune Rush. Beat Pulse Bomb and Meteor Strike almost online. MHS not adapting super well to the Doomfist. You know, here's the thing, right? I know it would make for kind of an annoying, hectic game, but, like, you were diffing Waterloo on your Doomfist last game. Just do Doom v Doom.
Yeah, maybe go back to the Doom and see how it works. Huge Reaper ult.
Samurai Sam with that Reaper ult and able to take this fight. MHS pushing forward. Waterloo, though, having 4 ultimates online here, though.
Might get something here. Just a little bit of tickle damage. He gets Freddy. Jeez. Sniping people with Reaper. He almost gets the Tracer. Forces recall. The Doom forces out Fade. It's a really aggressive position for the Reaper. But he's hanging in there. He gets his Fade back and doesn't get forced out. He is doing a really good job of controlling space. He might get the Cedar go.
The Annihilation coming out for MHS. MHS walking forward, but Invincible. Mega punched off the map by Waterloo. Again, this has been the game of Doomfist. Which team can play the better Doomfist? Is it the Debonair Doomfist or the World of Warcraft role-player Doomfist?
I've honestly been impressed with the Doomfist players. I'm surprised to see multiple Doomfist players in one tournament, to be honest with you, and they've both been very effective.
You know, I play tank in Overwatch, Jacob, and I don't even. I just walk up and die on Doomfist. So I don't understand how people can stay alive for so long on that character.
It is. It's knowing a lot of the game and balancing the cooldowns like perfectly. You get a rotation going and a good rhythm. It's very hard to stop.
Hieroglyphics putting on a clinic here on the Doomfist. The Meteor Strike coming out straight into the backline of MHS. Samurai Sam trying to stay alive. Can stay alive, though, for just a second here.
Let's see, and they get Invincible on the Ram. Let's see if Marshalltown can push back a little bit. It's still a very close game. It's anyone's game at this point. Marshalltown going to the next fight with 3 ultimates. They pop the May Blizzard. And you get the Doomfist. Oh man, they get 3 with that. This is just going to be cleanup for Marshalltown at this point. Is that a Roadhog I saw? I didn't notice the hog swap. And this is... If I had to guess, this is to deal with the Doomfist and kind of control him and wrangle him in a little bit so he doesn't get free reign in the map. But they are playing Sojourn, and Hog is a battery for Sojourn's Railgun. You're going to see that number 100 pop up a whole lot more.
Yeah, the Doomfist just making so much of a difference. Samurai Sam with the pick there. MHS is able to push forward, and that huge Reaper ult coming in from MHS. Samurai Sam loves that Reaper.
He's doing really good on it. He's not being too greedy. He's doing a good job of controlling space.
Waterloo with 2 ultimates online. MHS with 2 ultimates online. It's anybody's game. Who's going to be more proactive? 2 beats online. A lot of defense. The offensive beat coming out for Waterloo. Iahsea answers with their beat. Window is online, but a May Blizzard is almost online. And here it comes immediately. Doomalt coming in. 2 members of MHS. Waterloo. Oh, but he saved himself. Waterloo staying alive here, and by the skin of their teeth, will take the second map on Colosseo.
That was super, super close. And a heck of a comeback from Waterloo from the first point.
Jacob, stop yawning. You're going to make me tired. Look at that debonair Doomfist. Look at that white coat. Meteor Strike coming in. Oh, we get to see. I think this is at the end. Do we get to see him save himself? Huge! Slam dunk.
Doomfist moments.
Doomfist.
Anybody ever wonders why people play Doomfist or Wrecking Ball, it's because of stuff like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, we will be right back as these teams go ahead and decide on the next map. And we are back to Dorado. So, we saw Linmar do quite well on Dorado earlier. I don't think that we saw Waterloo play Dorado, but I don't remember. You know, these days go on pretty long. So, definitely a dive map. Both these teams have proven that they can play dive. So, I think that this is really anyone's game. It has been the Doomfist game, right? So, like, both teams showing that they can play Doomfist, showing that they can do it well.
And Doomfist is very good on this map. You can see this map has a lot of high ground for defenders, and Doomfist is really good at getting up into these spots and contesting people that are looking down, shooting your team as you're trying to walk by.
I love Waterloo's comp here. I mean, yeah, you know, so sometimes in these tournaments you can see a lot of janky comps, a lot of comfort picks. I like what Waterloo is what they've got going on here.
It's going to be interesting for sure. It could be very, very, very effective.
It could be very, very effective. Yeah. I mean, we'll see if it is, right? But I definitely like what they're putting down.
And so far, it looks like they're playing. It looks like they're playing into their strengths, especially with the Doomfist.
So we do see the Widow duel coming out. We see the Pharmacy, and we see the Doomfist. A lot of vertical dive potential here from Waterloo. MHS getting bullied on their high ground. And yep, Milky Stone will take down Samurai Sam in the Widow duel. And that should be the avenue that Waterloo needs in order to push this one forward.
We haven't seen any Farah play today. She just got I'm going to say a rework, but a little bit of an update a couple weeks ago. So she has a new ability. I'm a little surprised you're seeing her in tournament play already.
I mean, I think Farah's pretty solid right now. I think she's definitely in a better spot than she was. The healing debuff with the Rocket Splash, very good. And yeah, Waterloo able to really just push forward here on MHS. The damage boosted Farah, the Pharmacy, the Doomfist kind of just running interference at this point, right? We're seeing the most work here come out of this Farah, out of this Widowmaker, and the Mercy. Kiriko kind of hanging out, you know.
Punish the was that Iahsea? Punish the Sombra. Kiriko coming in and capitalizing on that kill.
You know, the other problem here, Sombra, you have the Widowmaker, right? Infrared sight. So Sombra counters Widowmaker until she doesn't. So Sombra can get picks on Widowmaker, but infrared sight shows the other team where the Sombra is, even in stealth. All right, we got a little bit of justice. MHS, though, says no. And
Mercy can get her resurrect off, and she does not. I think Waterloo's going to need to get out and reset here.
Waterloo, though, still pushing forward. MHS not fighting on point there, and so Waterloo able to get a little bit more off of the objective. But yeah, Waterloo having to reset a little bit here.
And MHS is going to have ult advantage coming into the next fight. But they're going to have Kitsune Rush. Kitsune is very good, especially paired with something like a Sojourn.
Absolutely. 4 ultimates online for MHS. Kitsune Rush online for Waterloo. MHS can hold here for quite a while with these 4 ults.
Here we see the Diva Bomb come out.
No one dies to the Diva Bomb. We're not bronze.
It's a very good zoning tool. It gives Diva an extra life as well. She gets to drain all the health out of her mech and get rid of it and pull in a new one immediately.
Milky Stone on the Genji. 1v1ing Invincible's Diva. MHS still with 4 ultimate abilities available.
We nano the Diva. She's going to push in and try to get a pick on the Kiriko, and she does.
Nanoing the Diva. MHS able to push forward. They're really cooking now. Using their ultimate abilities, they still have 3. Waterloo with only 2 online. And Waterloo really needing to coordinate, possibly vary up their approach here. Oh, but MHS, Invincible kind of throwing a bit here. Just kind of running it down. Meteor Strike coming out for Waterloo. Going in on the Ana. Can they get a pick? The Immortality comes out. Oh. We see the BAP window go out. It's 1 for 1.
Yes, and Marshalltown gets 2.
Invincible going hard here on the Diva. Samurai Sam stabilizing. MHS will take this fight. But only one of those 4 ultimates are left. but Invincible has almost recharged the Diva Bomb. Meanwhile, on the side of Waterloo, we see 4 ultimates, but Milky Stone will get picked here by Invincible.
Milky Stone got a little bit too antsy there and got caught out.
Invincible just going crazy here on this point, really taking matters into their own hands.
Swap off the Doom and go Ramatra.
Ooh, standing straight in the Diva Bomb.
I think he was counting on Suzu there, but he got hacked out of it and didn't have it. He looked at his feet like he wanted to Suzu himself. He got hacked and didn't have it.
Yeah, if the Suzu would have happened there, I think that they would have been able to save both of the people, because they were stacked, right? Mm-hmm. So the Suzu probably would have been the save there. Unfortunate. It's like the cartoon going off the edge, looking down, right?
It was a very well-timed hack from Sombra.
We're going to say that MHS did that on purpose. Epic coordination. The Tree of Life coming out. Milky Stone coming in off of that. Waterloo pushing forward. 4 members of MHS down. Oh, no, it's just a Diva.
Milky Stone coming in big that fight.
So MHS can contest here. They have the Nano online. Not really a very good Nano target available. Diva, I think, is going to be your best bet, but no Visor. And Overclock is online for Waterloo, so Waterloo can kind of counter this dry Nano with an Overclock and probably take this. But we'll see what team's more proactive. Nano coming out on Invincible. Invincible in the back line. Hieroglyphics taking down Cryicity. Freddy taking down Samurai Sam. Waterloo, they will answer with the Overclock. There's a headshot on Asphodel. Milky Stone taking down Lost, and Invincible, the last one alive, but it looks like Waterloo will take the second point.
That was a good job by Waterloo just staying alive and avoiding the Diva as she got nanoed. A nano Diva is very dangerous.
Micro missiles.
We're going to have a window and probably a Diva Bomb and maybe an EMP coming up from Marshalltown, and just like annihilation for Waterloo. We'll throw out the Diva Bomb.
Nobody got from that one. Annihilation online for Waterloo. Huge life grip. Awesome job there.
Yeah, we'll probably expect to see maybe not.
Again, such strong support play. The Blade coming out from Milky Stone. Milky Stone just doing so much work on this Genji. Will get slept, but the rest of the team able to pick up the slack.
And Milky Stone got caught out in one fight and has definitely made up for it in the following two. It appears he was taxiing his Kiriko. That's what he was doing. It looks like he's going back to swap.
Ooh, huge EMP coming out. Invincible pushing forward. Kitsune Rush will answer from Waterloo. Waterloo has a Tree of Life and Annihilation available.
Very, very well timed.
Tons of high value ults. Waterloo gonna push this to 3.
Hieroglyphics was very patient with his ultimate there and waited for a very good opportunity after the EMP wore off. After Marshalltown was kind of already on the back foot, he used the Ramatra ult to just force it home. Very well played.
Yeah, so I believe that if Waterloo takes this, that they will advance. Waterloo doing pretty well right now. Actually, no. So
MHS won the first round.
MHS won the first round.
Yep, Invincible was playing Doomfist.
Yep. The Doomfist diff. Right. Yep.
And it has been the day of the Doomfist today, which is quite exciting because he's fun to watch.
All right.
And again, it's like the dive tanks, Doomfist, the Diva that you saw them running are so good at contesting all this high ground. It's almost a necessity on maps like this. You can get away with it, but running something that doesn't have mobility is much, much harder. And we were talking about aesthetics earlier.
Oh, I know, yeah.
The the colors they choose for some of these maps are really good. I love the way this game looks.
So I'm really interested to see, all right? So Milky Stone rolling out on the Ash here, right? You know that you have a Widow player in Samurai Sam. So picking the Ash into the Widow, very risky, but we will see if it pays off. We do see MHS coming in with their own Doomfist this time, looking to punish this Sigma on the off angle. Milky Stone will go down, and MHS looking to answer back directly with what was done to them.
Oh, and that's what I mean. And the Doomfist just jumped up on height and took over. Absolutely just took over.
So both of these teams able to really execute and play with a Doomfist really well. Not super great at adapting to and playing against it.
He's hard to deal with if you haven't practiced against it or you haven't done a lot. He's hard to deal with. He's very unpredictable. He's very fast.
That was a huge pick there for Samurai Sam.
Samurai
2,
Sam
3. Samurai
cow.
Sam popping off on this Widowmaker. 3 picks in a row. Can we get 4? Ooh. Near miss. Looked like... Oh! Samurai Sam putting on a clinic. Oh!
Wow.
This is fun to watch.
Samurai Sam absolutely taking over the lobby.
Samurai Sam with 6 in a row. Infrared sight forcing Waterloo to
Oh
be...
man, he almost gets another one too.
I didn't even see the Genji peek there.
This is playing very risky. I'm trying to hide from the Widow sights, but
All right, finally forced off of that high ground after, I believe, 7 kills in a row on the Widowmaker. And Waterloo here really needing to recover. Finally, Samurai Sam going down. Milky Stone on the Genji, able to get up there and take them off this high ground.
dude, Hieroglyphics getting a pick on the Genji. Neither team has any ultimates online. We're gonna have the Gravitic Flux next round from Hieroglyphics. Maybe a Tree of Life from Asphodel and the Lifeweaver.
Yeah, the Tree of Life and a Meteor Strike almost online. Gravitic Flux is close for Waterloo. Invincible, though, going forward, eats the Sleep Dart and is completely caught out. MHS losing a lot of momentum. Still with 3 minutes and 43 seconds left to go here, but needing to kind of recover and make adjustments on their own.
And Freddy hitting back at Samurai Sam. Picking him off, so Marshalltown's gonna have to regroup, wait for Samurai Sam, who is now on Sojourn instead of Widowmaker.
Samurai Sam taking a lot of damage here, getting kind of poked out. Both these teams looking for the first pick. Who will it come for? The Blade online for Lost, but 5 ultimates online for Waterloo. Waterloo has so many options here. Blade coming out for Lost, charging in. We get a Kitsune Rush. Ooh, Milky Stone and Lost will die during the Blade. Manny looking for the Nano.
Big sleep on the Doomfist there. See if Iahsea can survive this, and she does not.
And Samurai Sam really taking matters into their own hands. Samurai Sam doing so much work here in this round. What's the scoreboard? Can we see? No. Disabled. Unfortunate. I would really like to see Samurai Sam's KDA this game. Samurai Sam, 7 picks in a row, another 3K.
Lost gets a elimination on Freddy. He swapped off of Genji and onto Soldier 76. A little less diving and a little... Ooh, sorry about that. A little less diving, a little bit more consistent damage from the Soldier. Maybe a little bit of pressure out the Sigma Shield a little better.
So Waterloo coming in with this Gravitic Flux. Samurai Sam goes down. That is the window they need. Milky Stone with a pick there. The dash coming out. Milky Stone doing a ton of work. Gets 3.
Ooh, and they get the Doomfist at the end there. Marshalltown with 3 minutes left to attack, so they'll have 2 or 3 good fights at least. Marshalltown, only the Sojourn Railgun coming online, and they probably see Doomfist ult this fight. And Waterloo kind of in the same boat. His ult economy's about even.
This ends now.
Yeah, ult economy even. Samurai Sam having an overclock available as well. Milky Stone popping that blade as soon as they get it, farming it up. Oh, huge play.
Supports.
Invincible, though, answering back. It's even. It is so even. Oh, but the Doomfist, Invincible, just doing so much work. It's only the Sigma left to arrive, but right in front of Waterloo's spawn.
Wow.
And a 5K from Invincible's Doomfist. Insane play right there, but having to back off.
Make a smart play here and retreat and regroup and come back as 5. Marshalltown played that last fight so well. They hid from the Sojourn Railgun and just survived the barrage of bullets.
Kitsune Rush coming out immediately. Samurai Sam getting Freddy. Ooh, Iahsea though on the Kiriko. And this Doomfist play by Invincible has just been insane. And MHS will answer back with 40 seconds more on the clock.
And all day we've just been seeing support players come huge plays.
Score 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, there have been a couple DPSers doing well, but in general, supports, right? The supports have just had a lot of huge plays today.
It always happens when I like almost least expect it.
Well, you know, clutch like damage plays from the supports, right? You see a lot of plays today. Support players taking off angles on their own and getting picks when their team needs it.
Ready for battle.
Let's see if either team changes some stuff up. Okay, some interesting choices from both teams. Having some camera difficulties.
It's all good. Did you know that you can play the Futurama theme on those bells?
You can do that. You can play the Overwatch theme too.
Really?
If you do it with Wrecking Ball, he like squeaks the Overwatch tune. It's a little Easter egg.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, you do the right combination of bells and you answer the squeaky Overwatch tune. Let's see what Hieroglyphics can do with the Doomfist, and they are running a full dive, basically hard meta comp right now.
Yeah.
Sort of a Zenyatta instead of a Kiriko.
Yeah, that is a pretty hard meta comp here from Waterloo. Meanwhile, MHS answering with the Junkrat, decent anti-dive, especially on this map with these hallways that the Junkrat can abuse. So it kind of looks like that MHS coming out on counter dive, but giving up a ton of space.
Yeah, they gave up a ton of space, but they managed to control and stop them from pushing.
So Waterloo, with just 10 seconds left, needing to reset quickly here if they want to have another shot.
Crunchy gets the touch, forces overtime. He's gonna pull off a Lucio
Hieroglyphics with a
miracle
huge
and contest the point.
pick on Iahsea. Basically here, the first team that loses their tank is going to...
Milky Stone goes down. Get a window from Marshalltown.
Oh my gosh, Hieroglyphics
Wow.
doing so much work here. This retouch and recontest. If Waterloo is able to secure this forward point, they are going to be really hard to beat.
And the Doomfist, like, got all the elims there, but the Lucio contested and just stayed on point and just kept trickling him heals while he was contesting the point and allowed the Doomfist to do what he was doing. It was great play by both of them. Also having the awareness to know that your Lucio is still on point as the Doomfist, so you can go take care of business. Diva Bomb getting nothing. Here comes the Visor from Marshalltown.
Marshalltown bringing out the tactical visor, but is answered by a huge meteor strike. Waterloo still pushing forward. Every inch matters at this point.
Ooh, and a big pulse bomb from Freddy and a big pick on the Diva from Hieroglyphics.
MHS just kind of falling apart here on this point. They're trying to stay alive, but Hieroglyphics, Doomfist doing so much work. If Waterloo can capture a second point here in overtime, again, just huge. Waterloo doing so much with so little time, and they almost have 3 ultimates online to MHS's 0.
Invincible coming back on the Doomfist to try to match Hieroglyphics. He may get to, he might get caught out here.
Waterloo's saving those ultimates, but
Big punch from Invincible.
Beat coming out, Blade coming out for Waterloo. Waterloo putting so much out there with these ultimate abilities.
Stone. Oh, what is it? Immortality from the window.
You're in overtime. Every fight is your last. Milky Stone doing so much work here. But this, at this point, is anyone's fight. Everything at this point for Waterloo is really just gravy. Oh, and are they going to be able to capture this second forward spawn?
Like
MHS unable to recontest. Waterloo pushing 2 full capture points in 1 minute. Waterloo looking so good right now. Hieroglyphics in the Doomfist off.
And on this, again, on this map, with the, like, if you're not ready for a Doomfist, you can just dismantle your team. It's very hard to come back from.
Miles Grego's older brother Carter watching his younger brother decimated by the Doomfist from Waterloo. He looks on with tears.
Let's see if Invincible can. And Milky Stone gets. Oh, and they get off a point.
Waterloo pushing almost completely to the end in 1 minute. MHS has to answer that in 1 minute 40. They will be forced into overtime. So it is mandatory overtime no matter what. MHS has to match what is happening here. Otherwise, Waterloo will take map 3.
And when they do get into overtime, nobody can leave point. Everyone has to stay on the, or at least one person has to stay on the cart to contest. So your team has to have a lot of awareness and a lot of coordination in order to make it work. But it can be done.
Ready for battle.
And we are back on Dorado. MHS with a huge uphill battle here. And we will see if they can pull out a miracle here against Waterloo.
Let's see, this is going to be a tough take, but it can be done.
It can be done, right? I mean, Waterloo just did it, right? With less time. So, Samurai Sam back out on the Widowmaker. Playing out of their mind this game. Samurai Sam with like 11 kills.
Oh my god!
Captured
Wow.
that. Oh, but the May Icicle ruining the highlight reel. Come on, Freddy. Go get me some custard. Frozen custard from that May Icicle.
Looks like Waterloo, or Marshalltown rather, is going to get shut down and they're going to have to reset.
Look, Hieroglyphics, strong Doomfist player. And we see the counter swaps coming in from MHS. We see the Iahsea coming out. Samurai Sam going to that signature Reaper. But Waterloo is ready for them.
And the Iahsea might not be a bad play here because they're going to have to bunker on point at some point in this round. They're going to have to bunker on point and he'll be able to just stay on and beat up the Doomfist.
Lost, getting the pick on Freddy, needing to move forward, but this cart is stalled. Overtime is going to come sooner than later, but Hieroglyphics
gets
popping off again. Milky Stone with the pick there. Waterloo with the 4K. MHS has one fight left. Maybe if they can get to point, but Waterloo is ready. They almost have an overclock online. A blizzard is coming up, but I don't think they're going to touch.
MHS does not make it.
And we will go into map 4.
2-1.
All right, and we will be back after the next map pick.
Oh fuck, Jacob. I muted I muted desktop audio too. Oh my gosh. Oh
Isn't that
no.
on? That's on right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on right now. Dude, this is bad. Oh my. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We've muted both. We muted desktop audio.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with Game 5 going on Control Point on Busan between Marshalltown High School and Waterloo East High School. And these teams have seen each other on this map before. And they're going to do it again and have a rematch and see how it turns out. Last time both teams decided to run a Doomfist mirror into each other. And it was very interesting. So let's see if the teams make any adjustments and try to adapt. Let's see where the game decides to put our camera this time. There we go. It'll be very interesting to see. A lot of this map is brawl-centric, a lot of close quarters fighting, but both teams have a very diverse set of strategies on this map so far.
5, 4, 3, 2,
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the beginning of Game 5. Both teams running out on the Doomfist mirror again.
Look, this is exactly what these teams need to do. They have figured out that Doomfist is the answer to their problems here in this tournament. So who is going to have the bigger fist? Right now, Samurai Sam saying, "It's me on my Reaper."
Samurai Sam absolutely dominated Eichenwald last round, so let's see if he can do it again on Busan, and it looks like he's going to.
Lost, though. Answering back, hieroglyphics showing more promising Doomfist play here, and it looks like, well, but MHS takes the point. So Waterloo is winning the fight. Iahsea backcapping here, getting a little bit of this percentage, will die for it, but okay, yeah, I mean, win the fight, don't take the point, but the fight had already been won. I think here for Waterloo, that what they really need to do is, you know, just kind of rotate back to that point, make sure to play the objective more. Invincible for MHS, kind of running it down here. And Waterloo able to kind of push forward off of this.
So let's see if Marshalltown can stabilize a little bit, wait for their Doomfist to come back. Catch some of these people. And Doomfist is in, and they wall him off. There's a huge wall.
Huge wall, Invincible getting taken out again. MHS making the mistake of going down the same hallway over and over again. Waterloo just sitting there ready for them. A 5-0. Tons of ult charge. Waterloo looking commanding here.
They are going to have a tough time getting past the Naywall in this choke. The team has to either all commit or bait it and wait for it to come down. And they don't have the wall anymore, so if they're going to go, and they do, and Freddy catches out Lost again. Here comes the Kitsune from Waterloo.
The beat coming out for MHS. Invincible answering back on the Ramatra, but Iahsea will go down. There's a Kitsune rush out for Waterloo.
Freddy gets 2.
Just
Wow.
so many players, so many frags going back and forth, but Waterloo will win this one 3-5.
The three of these three played together very, very well there. It's like Freddy positioning behind the Doomfist block and preventing himself from taking damage. Allowed him to get those 2 picks. It was very well done. Using Doomfist as a shield. Here comes the blade
coming out from Lost, but a May Blizzard to answer it.
Saves him.
Ooh, running in Milkstone though on the May. Milkstone, stop smurfing in my tournament. You are not gold 4.
The rank system is lying to Milky Stone.
The rank system is lying to Milky Stone. Look, Milky Stone's gonna send a video to Spylo and be like, "Am I really a gold player?"
ready for battle.
Come on.
He's played I feel like we've seen him play a bunch of different characters today too. It's not just been the Genji. Coming out on May and doing big walls and separating the enemy team.
Absolutely.
We saw him I feel like we saw him on Sojourn earlier, but we've seen a lot of Sojourns today.
So this is kind of what I've been waiting for all day. So MHS rolling out on the Iahsea, on the Brig, on the counter dive, right? Like, really, like, okay. Doomfist v Doomfist, or, you know, counter Doomfist. Okay. Huge counter cop coming out from MHS on the Doomfist. Will it be enough? Oh, gosh! I wish I could have seen that shot. Samurai Sam on this Widowmaker has been putting in work. Samurai Sam looking for a clean sight line and cannot find it, taking a ton of spam, having to back off. But the first pick doing a lot. Invincible here on the Cyber Demon skin.
Milky Stone gets back at Samurai Sam.
Cyber Demon, shout out to the original Doom, one of my favorite skins in the game.
Big sleeping ante on the Lucio. Waterloo coming back and taking control again.
You know who really needs a Cyber Demon skin? Malga. Malga looks like a Cyber Demon from
Cool.
Doom. Especially like because he stands up straight like an old video game
Mhm.
character. No chiropractic problems for Malga.
At least yet, not yet. Carrying those Gatling guns around, you might have some back problems later on.
I'm kind of sad that Malga is deactivated for this tournament. I mean, I guess he's like not like super meta right now, but I do just like Malga as a character.
Good, and Marshalltown pushing the left side and trying to force him out. And Milky Stone gets in on the brig and gets the pick.
Yeah, Milky Stone, Waterloo looking super comfortable here. MHS running it down together, but still running it down. They really need to get ult economy going. They need to reset quickly because this clock is ticking. There's an overclock online for
Very quickly,
Waterloo, and they are at very high ult percentage. Waterloo looking to be able to seal this one and carve their way into the third place match, I believe against Waukee.
See if Freddy can get anything to happen with this overclock. He might get caught here. He doesn't have a slide. Uses good cover. Samurai Sam uses his fade to get in and gets punished for it.
Yeah, Freddy. Oh, there it
here
is, the
comes the
Gravitron
Terrace.
Surge. Oh, but answering back with the Meteor Strike, with the blade.
Oh my.
Waterloo looking to secure it. It's at 80%. Waterloo still has a Kitsune Rush and an overclock and a beat. MHS going into the last fight.
Invincible's gonna have to
13%.
come back on
No
Doomfist.
ults.
Invincible has to come back on Doomfist to touch, and it's going to be close.
Invincible coming out. Can they get the rollout? 6, 5,
He's gonna
4.
Good.
Samurai Sam on
got
point.
touch.
MHS.
They get the Doomfist. Here comes
They
the
get
beat
the
from
Doomfist,
Waterloo.
but the overclock comes out. The beat comes out. Will they burn the Kitsune Rush? Waterloo looking to settle this here. Samurai Sam trying to stay alive.
Samurai Sam at the last second gets
And it
caught.
is only lost. And lost will go down. And Waterloo East will send themselves to the losers bracket finals.
Good showing from both teams and a great comeback from Marshalltown there at the end to go to Game 5. It was very well fought.
A lot of Sojourn plays of the game today. Hey, we will be back here at the Recplex. Sorry, at the Orpheum. We are at the Orpheum in Marshalltown, Iowa, and we will be back for the grand finals here. The grand finals will take place again between Cedar Rapids Kennedy and Dallas Center Grimes. All right. Thank you for listening. I'm your host, Coach Clan with Marshalltown Community College Esports.
Oh, that's right. I don't have.
Good afternoon. We've been waiting for this moment all day. It has been a day of action-packed adventure here at the Iowa High School Esports Association Winter Finals. We have had grueling best of fives going down to the wire all day, and we are here at the end for a matchup between Cedar Rapids Kennedy and Dallas Center Grimes. A battle of the two major metropolitan areas here in the state of Iowa. DCG from the western suburbs of Des Moines and Kennedy from the Cedar Rapids corridor.
And for the grand finals, your shoutcasters are myself, Nate Rodemeyer, also known as Coach Roadblock from Marshalltown Community College.
And Coach Clannon from your 2023 Fall NJC AAE National Champion in Overwatch, Marshalltown Community College. And we are here today to bring down the house. So, is Boost on the first map, or is that what we have defaulted
That was
to?
defaulted to.
Okay.
So we need to wait until we hear from either team on what the first map is. They are going through the ban process right now.
So, DCG, right? DCG playing a lot of the dive, right? Really strong Genji player. Really, okay, moving Brig to the spectator role. Yep. Just getting things moved around here. So, DCG, they play a lot of the dive. Knocked out the other powerhouse from the Des Moines Metro. Waukee out of the running. DCG doing super well. Meanwhile, Kennedy in their redemption arc, second place last year, and they are hungry. They have been waiting for this for a year, and we're going to see who comes out here on top. Kennedy, super coordinated, runs the brawl, runs it really well. Brawl in general kind of has a little bit of an advantage over the dive, so I think that this could be anyone's game, and both these teams have prepared for an entire year for this moment. All right, and we are off, starting out on Oasis.
Welcome to Oasis.
So for you viewers at home, Oasis is a point control map. Teams will play a King of the Hill style round where they try to get 100% on this middle staging area. They will roll out from their respective bases on each side. Each map will change in a best of 3 scenario on the first map.
And if we kind of take the bird's eye view, these maps are symmetrical. So one team spawns there, and the other team spawns right over there. And so they will fight for this area. Lots of high ground they could take advantage of. Lots of cover on these side paths right here. So it'll be an exciting map to play. Go ahead and take a look and see what Kennedy is doing.
All right, so here we have Kennedy, not surprisingly, do what they do, right? You've got the Ram Brawl coming out. Kennedy has been probably the most successful team running the Ram Brawl all year. Now, Brig running Brig, I mean, I get it. It's really interesting, but Brig, usually a counter dive character. Not really... Oh, okay. The Zarya Brig. So, DCG running kind of an interesting comp here. The Brig actually serves as a secondary main tank for this comp, playing off of the Zarya bubbles. And Echo Dip taking a lot of damage here for DCG as Kennedy, who I think is one of the faster teams in this tournament, speeds to point.
See a fight breaking out on the high ground. Both teams realizing that's an important pick. Trade there.
Trade there. Whoever gets the next pick will have advantage, and it looks like it will be Echo Dipped from DCG. DCG needing to then rotate to the point. Ooh, but Curious Crow there for Kennedy getting a pick of their own.
I love the play here. You have the high ground pressure here, but they're hiding behind the structure there.
Pixter walking into this back line. Neither team has yet secured this point. Both teams rotating around this center pillar. Kennedy has all their players back. So does DCG. And it's going to be a reset on this fight. Now let's look at ult charge here. It looks like that Kennedy has the advantage on ult charge, but I think that right now DCG outpositioning them.
Indeed, it's kind of wild. Usually you see the first fight break out and then point being capped. We're still no capture after 2 fights now.
Oh, whoa, with the first pick there, but Echo Dipped answers back. It has been really a support game all day. A lot of really high-level support play. In this game thus far, the DPS really showing up.
Ooh, and then Kennedy losing both a support and a tank. Is that going to be enough for DCG to take points? Ooh!
I think that it should be.
It should be,
the
right here.
The Bubble Blade right there. First ult going out. DCG ulting proactively, taking the first point. And that is a pretty big fight here. Now, Kennedy has 2 ultimate abilities. So, if they can run up here on this Kitsune Rush. They are looking kind of discombobulated here, though. Both of these teams were playing very coordinated at start. Kennedy getting split up. And there it is, Kitsune Rush coming out. Really smart timing on the ult.
There's the BAP window.
Yep, BAP window coming out. Kennedy walking on top of this point and will take it back. Ooh, but a tactical visor coming in here from Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy for DCG.
Fortunately, Bad Kid did not get any value out of that window because of the tactical visor.
All right, I love this play. Both these teams being super proactive with their ultimate abilities. They are not holding on to them at all. See the rally coming out. Bad Kid gets taken down. Brig, Pixter, and Owo answering back. Look, for Kennedy, Pixter and Owo are the people to watch. They are the leaders of this team.
DCG going with their own window here.
The Blizzard coming out. Huge ultimate window. Owo doing tons of work here. And now we are back even with advantage to Kennedy with an Annihilation and Bob. 2 incredibly valuable ults online.
Yep. Control point maps, Bob is especially powerful because he's basically a 6th man for your team that can eat up a ton of damage and also apply a lot of pressure.
Annihilation as well, right? Annihilation takes up, I mean, that whole ring around. Now, DCG's playing this very well, right? Like, that Annihilation basically did nothing. DCG played that perfectly. They hid, they waited out the 2 super high value ults that Kennedy was proactive with, and now they've gotten a pick on Owo, and they have rotated around. DCG rotating as a team so well. But Pixter staying alive. Pixter with the 2K. Can Pixter get the 3K? Moving forward. Ooh, it looks like that they will lose the point, but Pixter kept Kennedy alive in that trade. Kitsune Rush coming out for Kennedy. And DCG about to have some ults of their own last time are online, but Pug Gamer goes down. DCG having to back off. Ooh, Kennedy retaking the point. And Owo right now for Kennedy just putting on a clinic here.
I love that play that we saw from Pixar where he ran the soldier down, but he didn't thirst for the kill. He did the right thing. He pressured him out and then went back with his team.
So we see that rally coming out. Oh my god!
Double!
The double headshot.
The icicles through the BAP window do so much damage.
Yeah, wow. Kennedy will take the first round here just with some crazy micro play from Curious Crow and from Owo.
I think we are in for one heck of a match because you're right. Both of these teams are being really proactive with their ultimates. They're planning their fights around them. We can't hear their comms, but you can see the coordination in their play. And this is exactly what you'd expect from 2 schools duking it out for the Division I state championship.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, this is the most coordinated play that we have seen all day. The rotations are on point. The ult usage is on point. And the strategy, right? Look, DCG... They survived a Blizzard Annihilation combo. Now, they didn't take the map, but they did waste 2 of the highest value ults in the game. Really awesome to see.
And we've seen matches where the Blizzard and Annihilation is basically a free team kill. So the fact that they baited it out and survived that is is just a testament to their abilities. Looks like we're going to be taking a fight on the side here. Both teams meeting at the same time. Let's see this.
We do see the swap to the Iahsea, which can be a counter. Yep, right into the back line against the Ramatra comp. Ooh, outpeak JFK. First time on the kill board. Taking out the Iahsea, though. Also a big target into that Sojourn. And Owo, again, just oppressive in this game.
We are not going to see a repeat of point 1 here. It looks like Kennedy will take early control of this point here while DCG has to regroup. You'll notice that, like, the Brig player over here, they only have 3, so they're waiting for team to regroup and just putting a little bit of pressure when they can, but they do not want to get picked while they're waiting for those 2 to come back from spawn. Going through the side room here.
Yeah, so both teams rotating super well again. You see Owo playing underneath, right? That is a risky angle, but paying off. They don't see him. I mean, look at Echo Dift, right? He does not see Owo. I mean, he finally does. Oh, man. And DCG able to adapt off that, off of a Blizzard and a pick, but Owo's positioning there, forcing out that ultimate.
And we see DCG saying, this is our point now. We'll be taking that. So let's go ahead and take a look at this perspective from our Iahsea here. Pug Gamer.
Just hanging out. Yep. Not, just kind of holding the corner. Casually.
Almost has that old charge farmed.
Yeah, Gravitron Surge, it's all right. You know, really the value that Iahsea brings into this Ramatra Ball matchup is I can walk on your back line better and faster. Now, oh, we see a bunch of ults coming out here.
Ooh.
For Kennedy. The Gravitron Surge, though, eating up that immortality. The Owo show, though, is going on. Like, Owo with the best performance here in this game so far.
Oh, gonna get that Sojourn? Oh, maybe not. That slide got her out.
Saving
They
the
are
Blizzard.
watching Owo.
No, look, Owo's positioning in this match is nuts. Now, saving this Blizzard.
Oh, didn't quite make it till his team came back. Pixar running it down, coming back with his team. They're gonna want that May ult, though.
Yeah, now you have Annihilation Blizzard back again. Now, DCG has seen that they can wait out this combo, right? So, and DCG backing off the point and just giving it up. I mean, I know they took a lot of spam fire there, but
I wonder if they're scared of the combo coming out and they're trying to evade it.
yeah, maybe. I mean, you get some ult tracking. There's the Annihilation. The Blizzard comes out, right? It's pretty textbook. The Iahsea's kind of trapped over here.
Yep.
And the rest of the team is going to get kind of scattered here based on this. They have to not get staggered if they want to stay in this.
Yep.
Pixter playing nice, though. Not chasing, playing very disciplined.
Yep, they're doing the thing of kind of like holding this choke and trying to pressure them as they come in, but they are not trying to run down to their spawn and leave themselves very vulnerable to a fight.
Echo Dift almost with a Blizzard of their own online. That is the closest ultimate. They do have a Blizzard online here. And
There
there
it
comes
goes.
out. That is pretty big.
Pixter, Bad Kid, and Outpeaked all get frozen there.
Pixter got out. Which was crazy. Like, that had to be a frame off.
Yeah, there's no way.
Okay, Curious Crow coming out with the Kitsune Rush. Kennedy looking to seal this. The BAP window comes out. Nemesis form coming out. Walking forward. And Kennedy will take the first match.
Clannon, they did the thing we talked about, which is yeeting your ults. Now, they knew that if they won this fight, that would seal this point. So they're like, we're going to throw everything we have, including the kitchen sink at the wall, because we just need to do it. If they had lost, it would have been a risk, but they knew they could pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the 3K off the Kiriko Kunais here through this BAP window. There's one. Ooh, and stops this whole hog. Yep. Two, three.
Oh. All right.
All right, and we will be right back momentarily after the next map pick. And the next map will be Coliseum. So, I feel like we've done the same maps all night. I'm ready for somebody to pick something weird, like Antarctica or
Does any team willingly pick Antarctica?
no.
No.
You're a sadist if you pick Antarctica, or a masochist. I don't know. One of the two.
Maybe both.
Yeah, maybe both. Another map that I like. So, like, so many spam teams, right? Where's Blizzard World? I don't understand why the high school teams aren't picking Blizzard World because they all play spam.
Is it just because the community kind of always says Blizzard World's bad, even though it's really not a bad map, and so they're like, eh?
It's just really like it's like a spam v spam map, right? It's very like it. I don't know. We picked Blizzard World, but I don't know.
Alright. So Clan and I were talking about kind of these teams in the interim here, and one of the amazing things about the DCG team is they're all really young. They're mostly freshmen and sophomores, maybe a couple juniors there. So this is a young team that, regardless of their performance today, they're all, for the most part, going to get to come back next year, which is, you're looking out for this team now? Look out for this team next year, too.
Absolutely. And look, this is the same thing we saw with Kennedy last year, right? Like, a lot of the cast of characters from Kennedy from last year's team that played in this very competition. They lost 2 players, right, in big ones. They lost the Domo. They lost Nightwalker. But, Owo and Pixter, right, they've been here before. And, one of the things that I like to talk about in events like this is the pressure, right? When the lights are on, and everything is on the line, there's pressure. Look, Pixter and Owo, they're like, look, we've done this before.
Yeah. Playing under those nerves is rough. The in-person tournaments can totally change everything. You could have tournaments that suffered, or teams that kind of struggled through the season and then really pop off during the tournament. And you can have the opposite happen where they were really comfortable. All right, first point here. So in push map, they're taking control of this bot. First fight's going to take place under the overhang of the Coliseum. A really spam-heavy hallway.
I'm really looking at this Widow here. This Widow here, yeah.
There it is.
There it is, right. Yeah, the Ashe into the Widow, always the losing matchup. You have to have a pocketed Ashe with a Mercy to match a Widow. You really don't want it. Ashe, obviously more versatile than Widowmaker, but Widow can come out here on Coliseum, and let's see what Soulja Boy can do.
Ooh. Chunking the Baptiste over there. Looking for him to poke his head out again.
Kennedy having to kind of back off here. DCG getting a big chunk off that first pick. But Pixter walking forward. It looks like they've been able to regroup. DCG will lose Echo Dift. Okay, so Kennedy... Ooh, man, this is anybody's fight. Curious Crow taking out Echo Dift, but Pixter taking a ton of damage. Both teams having to kind of stabilize. And it looks like that Kennedy is going to take this back. But here's the thing. If Kennedy does not answer this Widow, it can be a huge problem.
And it will be. The Kennedy team does a really good job of their positioning. They know to be careful of Widow, but they just have to peek out for a second when that Widow's looking. And she just used her ultimate ability, so she can see people through the walls now. Her whole team can. And... Come on, Kiri.
Looking for that Kiri.
Oh!
Ooh, the blade comes out. Blade from Echo Dift taking out Curious Crow. DCG though. Oh, Pixter taking out the Blade and Genji. Kennedy just playing so tightly, so well in this brawl comp. They know this strategy so well. And DCG, oh, the Diva Bomb going out, but getting hit by the Immortality. This is so close. But the Widow Diff again, right? Like
through the window.
There it is.
Oh! All right, now, here, I'm going to zoom out here for a second. One of the things that we see, right, is it's about winning the fight more than it is pushing the bot. So take a look and see how this team sets up for the next fight.
Oh, look, DCG, they kind of know how to play push. They are definitely not trying to continue pushing the bot. But there goes the Blizzard and the Annihilation. But the rally answers back, so we queue over to Brig on the rally. Big ult that can kind of bully that Ramatra back. And again, the Widow difference, right? If I'm Kennedy, look, I know you don't have Nightwalker anymore, but you gotta switch the Widow just to get this, just to get Soulja Boy to look off.
Yep, you either have to match the Widow with your own Widow, or you have to change things up where you can dive and pressure that Widow. And right now, they're not doing either one.
So, Kennedy, though, pushing forward still. I don't know what caused DCG to have to back up there. These teams, though, have been really just so solid on their rotates, right? Like, these fights are very strategic in a way that we haven't seen all day. Another Diva Bomb comes out. Then nothing going. Echo Div taking out Curious Crow.
Your team is close to taking the lead.
Pushing the barricade. Let them up. Stay near. Suffer as I have. It's not over till it's over. You are completely healed. He's ours. I'm at fighting condition.
So we have the Brig rally online here for DCG. This match is so even. Like, if you look at the okay, I'll peek JFK finally answering back. DCG putting out so much damage though. Both the tanks kind of like back in this other cubby. It looks like DCG should take this. Here's the thing though, right? Both teams for this entire game, it's like I think one of them is gonna win the fight, but like their players rotate and position so well that like the other team can still bring the fight back with 3 players. This game is so hard to call, and they're farming their ultimates and using them so proactively, right? Brig just popping off here with that rally. DCG pushing forward. DCG they need to get this forward spawn. The first team to get this forward spawn is going to have a huge advantage. But we see the Bob coming out from Kennedy. Kennedy going to have to back off, burning the immortality on the Bob. The Bob goes down though. Spending a lot of resources though. The BAP window coming out.
We'll get you where you need to go.
Starting the push.
Your team has taken the lead.
Sending care your way.
Alright, DCG about to take this forward spawn. Oh, smart. Okay, so getting set up, taking the forward position, really close to forward spawn. Again, the Widow diff still happening here. And we hear the comms all the way in the press box. These teams are calming so well. I can hear the target calling through a glass box and down on the floor. We love to see it. So DCG with this forward spawn, they are going to continue to push the bot, which is allowing for Kennedy to get set back up. Kennedy has the BAP window online. They have the Annihilation. But Brig has been doing so much work with these rallies.
Ooh, finally got the diff!
Finally, this Widow gets taken out. And that should be the momentum Kennedy needs to take this. But Kennedy has 2 minutes, and DCG has forward spawn and is ahead.
So Kennedy's going to have to push bot way back down here. They can certainly do it, right? That's the interesting thing about the push maps. They can swing wildly from team to team as they run it down here to get to this next fight.
Now, see, DCG opting not to take the high ground. They're taking one off angle, right? But this is the hardest part of Coliseum. So getting the forward spawn is the most difficult part of Coliseum. And into this bastion, into this spam, and Pixter goes down with the BAP window. DCG looking very strong here. Owo coming out on the Genji. Kennedy with 4 ultimates online uses none of them in what could have been their second to last fight.
And we just praised both of these teams for using their ults proactively. I'm not sure why they decided not to use any in that specific instance. We do see that JFK here did have another good fight here. Oh, look at the picks with that! The overclock!
Look, LP JFK, he's like, dude, stop talking crap about the Widow, right? I got this.
I got this.
I got this. Yeah. So now we are even on ults. But, again, Kennedy has to push this past forward spawn beneath the choke point on the bridge. Again, the hardest part to play on Coliseum is that spot. All DCG has to do is go even on this fight with this ult economy. Ooh, Bad Kid, though, taking out Soldier Boy. Echo Diff, though, answering back with the Bastion. So, Kennedy ahead, 4-3. It's anyone's match. Kennedy with a Blade and an Annihilation online. And we see the Blade come out. Owo going crazy.
There's the Bastion ult, the artillery charges there.
Owo just putting this game on his back, but will it be enough? DCG has time to reset. They have an overclock, but Kennedy has a BAP window. This is anybody's game. DCG, you have to reset right now. You have to take this fight.
And, oh, they gave up the high ground.
They gave up the high ground. The proactive BAP window comes up from Kennedy. Curious Crow, it's 1 for 1. It's anybody's game. They don't see Owo again, though. Owo dancing around, but Echo Diff with a huge performance, a 4K on the Bastion, and Echo Diff will take this round. DCG answering right back.
That was insane. All right, we're going to go back to lobby here while they set up for game 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the next game. So we have a tied set, clan, and we have Kennedy with the first game and DCG with the second game. And so now we are on Circuit Royale.
Oh, Circuit Royale. Yeah, so pause. All right, we will... a little bit of a technical difficulty, and we will be right back.
So we had a PC lose power here, so we paused the match right at the start. It shouldn't affect anything with the actual match because teams are just choosing their characters in spawn. But please hang tight with us, and we will be back here as soon as that issue has been resolved. All right, and it looks like everybody is ready. PC's powered back on, so we are going to go ahead and unpause the match. So once again, we're talking about the game type here on Circuit Royale. We have another symmetrical map here, and this is a payload map, right? An escort?
Yeah, so this is an escort map. A lot of long sight lines on Circuit Royale until the last point where it becomes kind of like a brawl dive map. This is kind of a map where dive spam early is king, but really it's like kind of one of the longest sight lines in the game in this first sort of area of the map.
You see Kennedy coming out of their spawn there, DCG coming out there. They'll meet somewhere around one of these buildings typically. It really depends on which team gets there faster, and it looks like Kennedy got there faster.
No. So they have time to set up their defense.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right, sorry. I was thinking of
You're thinking of hybrid.
I was thinking of hybrid.
That's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Wah, wah.
usually, right, like, the kind of standard defense that you see here is, like, split between 2, maybe 3 platforms. You usually see a team's, like, split healer DPS, and then either high ground, low ground.
Looks like Kennedy's electing to have everybody on the high ground right here.
Yeah, so Pixter here, it's because protecting this Widow, right? So, Pixter protecting out Peak JFK, and these comps are almost mirrored. Again, Brig, really confident on the Brig because this is not a Brig map. So, playing this corner, right? Both teams playing this really well. This is kind of standard on how you see this map go. Gonna push up to this point, and Soulja Boy with the first pick on Curious Crow.
Oh!
And another one, yeah. The Widow dip. So, I'm not, like, super familiar with the pick ban process, nor am I in the chat, like, while it happens. If I were Kennedy, I would have avoided this map like the plague.
Because of Widow.
Right, because, like,
And these
DCG identifying that they have this strong Widow, right? This
Right.
is a Widow map.
This is a sniper map. It's a Widow map. You don't open up the long lines of sight when you have a strong sniper. You want this off the table. You see Kennedy resetting on the high ground over here. So taking a look. Take a look at Kennedy's Widow. Ooh.
Kennedy's Widow playing around their team really well.
Play.
But DCG just aggressively pushing forward. Kevin.
Oh, he widowed him!
Oh!
JFK did indeed outpeak Soldier Boy.
JFK outpeak. Oh my gosh! Yeah! Let's
right.
go outpeak JFK.
Let's maybe walk back the whole they shouldn't have picked this map. They're answering finally.
Yeah, no, that was some incredible Widow play. 3 really nasty shots in a row. Getting that infrared sight online, but took them a lot of time to get this going.
So what JFK really wants to know here is where is that other Widow? That's what he's using his ult for, trying to peek it right here. They're trading shots. One of them is going to die.
Oh!
Through the barrier!
Look, outpeak JFK for Kennedy, dialing it in. He has to, right? This whole game right now is the game of Widows.
Waiting for the Brig to put the shield down.
See the Gravitic Flux coming out for DCG, but Pixter will answer back. Kennedy with 2 ults online. We see that Overclock come online, but having to take out Immortality, yeah, but peeking. See, he was looking at the other Widow, right?
Yeah.
The double spam was not expecting the railgun to come out.
And, you know, he was doing the right thing of trying to look for the other Widow. The whole point of having a double Widow is you're trying to counter the other one, but that so took his attention for just a second. Pop.
Oh, wow. Rig avoiding that Gravitic Flux by dropping down to the next level, right? That was some really good deliberate positioning there to avoid that ult. So nothing going there. But outpeak JFK is back.
See an even trade here.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. Oh, okay, Soldier Boy finally getting forced back. The flanking Widowmaker. Come on now.
We do cheeky things in the high school league. I love it.
I mean, look, if that were a Soldier 76,
They'd be dead.
They were all dead,
Yep.
right? Like, now we see Echo Diff doing it, right? So the right person's coming up now.
Nope, there's the BAP window.
Yep.
Soldier getting a pick on the Genji. See a trade there. Ooh, JFK beginning peeked himself.
It's 2 for 2. Anybody's fight.
Windows down. Echo Diff getting taken out there. We're going to see Kennedy win this fight.
So, DCG playing around this Widow-Window combo so well. And I think that we have finally given up our dinosaur. The Widows are being put away. I mean, it makes sense. We're getting to the point in the map where the sightlines don't matter as much anymore. So Widow becomes less and less valuable the longer this goes on. The Maywall going out there has DCG completely trapped. But, oh, okay, yep. And Monster Maywall there from Owo for Kennedy, able to trap DCG on that stairwell. Easy 2K from that.
Absolutely. DCG coming up this lane here. Again, what I loved about the last fight here was after Kennedy took point up here, they beautifully reset and turned to look this way and use that high ground to their advantage. Kennedy playing tight here, the ice wall coming out. You know, the team that's playing right here, coming up here, DCG, they are vulnerable coming around this corner here, but they're playing it well.
The Flux and the Kitsune Rush coming out. Ooh, Pug Gamer taking out Curious Crow. This Kitsune Rush is still up. DCG has shown a lot of resilience on stopping ultimates by positioning. DCG, in my mind, has some of the best positioning of a team that I've seen in this tournament. I mean,
Unquestionable.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at the way they're bunched up here right now, playing together as a group. You can clearly see them calling targets and looking to pay their attention all to one person at a time. The BAP window there from Kennedy, though, is a good answer.
Both teams really consolidated here. Ooh, yep. Good.
Zen's out.
And they walk forward to make sure that the forward spawn doesn't happen, right? Because, see, DCG would have gotten a lot of time put back on the clock if they get that forward spawn.
Right. They cross this circle. They get a bunch of time there. Right now, they're dealing with 30 seconds.
Ooh, so outpeak JFK. Huge play there. Stopping the visor. Beats the soldier in the duel while he picks up visor. Look, outpeak JFK's like, guys, just stop talking about me, man. Gonna pull a Will Smith. Get my name out your mouth. He's gonna come up and smack me after the game's over.
That'd be great.
It would.
Yeah. When it caught on the mic, that'd sound great. All right, Soldier Boy coming around the stairs here, trying to...
Ooh.
Oh, the Zen ult.
Oh, but the Zen ult early is gonna get caught
Oh, man.
in the blizzard. Where there comes a gravitic flux,
That
though.
might pull them off payload. Oh, man.
Oh, the Kitsune Rush coming out, and that should be enough for Kennedy right there. Man, though. Again, these teams very proactive. Great positioning, and I'll be honest, now it goes back to the Widow game.
It does go back to the Widow game. You know, I really respected the play that DCG set up there. I think they just went a little early on that. Had they waited maybe 2-3 seconds, that fight could have gone their way. The idea, the coordination was there. The timing was just a little bit off. So, now we see the teams flipping, right? We're going to go back into that Widow game, and Kennedy has to get it to right there if they want to win, right?
Ready for battle.
Mace to the face. Mace to the face.
All right, so we see basically a mirror of what we saw before, and now we see the DCG team setting up their... Oh, they want to...
3, 2, 1.
Never mind the pause.
Sorry, we were talking to tournament admins there. So if we're good to go, we will run it back. So DCG setting up on the high ground here, trying to do the same basic reverse of what Kennedy did last round here. They're playing a little bit forward, though. They gave up the high ground a little bit early. They're playing around this corner.
So normally the play is to leave your Sigma on the low ground. Now, the Ashe on the low ground, I don't really understand. But Sigma likes to play up in that corner. He can kind of fall back pretty easily. It prevents DCG with the better rollout here because it prevents the other team from taking up as much space. However, Kennedy, they are a brawl team, right? They're playing this Sigma like brawl, right? Kennedy is all brawl all the time. So, as a brawl team would, they're going to go straight to that high ground together and push that Sigma back. But Echo Diff getting this pick on outpeak JFK. Again, these teams just rotating super well. This match looks a lot like a match you would see at high-level college play. These teams doing a good job of actually playing their comps, playing together, playing coordinated, and rotating.
Absolutely. You know, the major difference that we've identified between the high school league and the college league is the high school team generally has like one, maybe two things that they do really well rather than the depth of comps that you'd see in college. But like you said, they're playing what they play incredibly well.
Right, absolutely. And, you know, what I would say, too, is, like, there are a lot of teams at the college level that they have that coordination. They know those rotates. They play one or two things really well. That's what these teams look like.
It's true. Kennedy and DCG, you look like college teams.
Oh, well, though, with the first pick, and that is a tank. The Bob coming out. Kennedy, oh, be mindful of the Bob.
All right, we see Kennedy going around this first corner here. That's big.
I was about to say, Kennedy almost put on a masterclass on avoiding that Bob. I don't think Pixter saw him. It was kind of funny to watch, right? Because you see Pixter just kind of turn around like, oh yeah, this is here.
There's a big robot in my face.
Ooh, huge gravitic flux going out. DCG's gravitic flux will land. Kennedy's will not. Both teams, though, popping ultimates. The Bob going out for
Bob
Kennedy.
Ends now.
Bob goes down. But again, these teams, look at these rotates.
They're playing so well around the corners and the buildings and trying to take cover and not
Oh
get
no,
hit.
Echo Dift, he's running it down!
Oh no!
He gets out though, but the BAP window comes out. And again, DCG just going back around this corner. These teams rotating so well. Pixter, Owo heading towards the back line of DCG, but just slowly inching forward. Here's the deal though. Kennedy has a long way to go for...
This is just like such a well choreographed dance. Like, they took the fight here. They're playing around this corner. They're going to back up to avoid this window because they know that they're not going to win that fight, so they're going to bait it out. They're going to wait. They're going to go back around that corner.
Yep, and waiting out the BAP window, right? Both these teams...
And now they're pushing in.
So patient. And then the Kitsune Blade combo
Oh my
coming
goodness.
out. Owo in the back line.
So well played by Kennedy
with
there.
The brig. And the Gravitic Flux coming up for DCG. Again, just when you think one of these teams is going to take the fight, they are so resilient. Their positioning is so good.
And DCG saying, look, we're going to go back. We're going to wait for team. We're going to take high ground. We're going to give them the payload just a little bit because we need to win the next fight. That's what matters. So here comes the DCG team out of spawn.
2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. One Gravitic Flux on the board for Kennedy. Pushing forward here. The Maywall goes out. And these teams... Oh, the Bob coming out here. Outpeak JFK farmed that really fast.
Oh, that's big.
That was huge. Yep, so that is going to take the fight here. This should take the map for Kennedy. Outpeak JFK again.
Securing it with the BAP window and the ice wall.
Yeah.
And there's no way.
I'm getting smacked after this. He's like, look, do you see how fast I farmed that, Bob? It was fast.
All right, so now we are in a set that is 2 to Kennedy, 1 to DCG going into game 4. So Kennedy wins the next one, and they are your state champs. If DCG takes it back, we'll be going into a game 5. Let's look at this. We know what we're going to see here. We saw it earlier, but boom!
Yeah, we had this on the camera. This was a highlight reel.
Boom!
Playing the aim trainers right, and
Oh, we
come
missed the
on!
last one!
Come on!
Come on, play of the game. Amazing play there.
And we will go into map number 4. So, Kennedy currently leads the set 2-1. Will DCG answer back? Or will Kennedy seal it and get their redemption from last year? Well, we're about to find out.
We are about to find out. You know, again, both of these teams incredibly coordinated. Let's see what comes out next after they talk about bans. Now, next, we are going into hybrid? No. Yes.
Yeah, so it would be hybrid.
It would be hybrid next. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to see is what starts with a control point, and when one team takes that point, then it turns into a payload escort like we just saw. So, hang tight. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to Game 4 on, is it Paraiso?
Paraiso.
Paraiso, which is going to be our hybrid map.
Yeah, so Paraiso, I mean, okay. Yeah. Sigma map, hardcore, like, this is kind of Sigma's best map, in my opinion, or one of them. If I were DCG, like, this would be a good pick. The kind of stuff that DCG's looking to do right here is pretty good on Paraiso. Paraiso, not a map that I've seen at all today. It's not a map that you see a lot in general. I mean, at our level, it's usually just a team that really wants to play Sig is gonna look for this map.
And interestingly enough, we have Orissas instead of Sigmas.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know, right? Here's the other thing. I would venture to guess that this was DCG's map pick, but I don't know. Because you don't want Kennedy on King's Row, right? Like,
Absolutely not.
Yeah, Kennedy is the brawl team here, right? You don't want the brawl team on King's Row. You get rid of it. Some of the other map options, I mean, you know, a lot of the hybrid maps, Hollywood, Midtown, very dive-centric. So, yeah, this kind of tracks.
And I can see both teams excelling on this because we just watched how well they played around cover in Circuit Royale. Look around, there's cover everywhere in Paraiso.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be another really interesting map. You're going to see a lot of these rotates. You're going to see them playing together. Oh, look at this coordination.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
They peaked early.
Peaked early, and Owo immediately punishes it. I mean, yeah, look. Owo is in it to win it here for Cedar Rapids, Kennedy. But yeah, if they didn't have that early peak, that teleporter, and here they get it anyways. This is awesome. And Pug Gamer getting it. Finally seeing a Symmetra brawl. Ooh, but the staying power, do they have it? Pixter and Owo walking into the backline. Soulja Boy, Kennedy walking off. Soulja Boy in the backline of Kennedy. It's a duel. Soulja Boy versus Owo. Who will win?
Oh, Owo won. Before that, Soulja Boy had a beautiful off angle up in that window there.
Oh, a huge wall. So Kennedy has a long run back. DCG not really letting them reset too well. And here they are trying to get this set up one more time.
You can see the teleporter right there. Oh, it's gone. Oh, they're going for the fast TP.
Oh, the fast TP into the backline, but a Gravitron Surge.
Oh my god.
A huge Gravitron Surge from Kennedy will stop it.
That was such a high risk, high reward play, and they got shut down immediately.
And that was bang bang, right? Because if Pixter doesn't hit that ult, it's gonna pay off. Now, we see 3 ults, almost 4 online for DCG. They've been shut down the last 3 attempts. Here's the thing. We also see a Blizzard come online for Kennedy. We see BAP window and almost a railgun.
There it is. There's the railgun ready. The speed at which DCG turned on them when they teleported was insane.
Ooh, DCG protecting their team with the Brig shield, really doing a lot to play around this Brig. Echo Diff, being able to, you know, the way that DCG is utilizing their Brig one trick is super interesting to me. Because, like, right there, that is a play that you would normally do with a Reinhardt, right? But you've got the Brig rally, you put up the big shield, you pop the window, you pop the Bastion turret form, Iahsea spams, and they take it right. You effectively have 2 tanks there.
Exactly. I was going to say, you're playing Brig as an off tank there, and they know how to do it. Alright, we see Pug Gamer making some space. We have Pixter up here on the high ground here, just kind of raining down bullets.
Iahsea on the high ground. Old Iahsea? Yes. New Iahsea? Well, they'll drop eventually. Oh, going for this 1v1 here, though. Taking a lot of spam fire. 3 ults online for DCG. DCG pushing forward. 1 ult online for Kennedy. So DCG should have the advantage in this fight.
Oh, Bastion's ready. Artillery form coming out. We see the BAP window from Kennedy.
And here we've got the Iahsea v Iahsea coming on. And Pixter looks like, man, Pixter not quite dropping down.
No, here's the interesting thing,
Okay.
right? That high ground vantage can be good for like a DPS, but that Iahsea needs to create space and kind of protect their team, and so they have limited use when they're not.
Oh,
there is though.
But a huge, like, sneaky Gravitron surge here from Pixter. The Kitsune Rush comes out. Look, I'll be honest, I was confused. So you have an Iahsea chasing a Sojourn on the high ground, and I was about to be like, Pixter, what are you doing, dude?
He said, "Look, man, this is exactly what I'm doing." And we were even calling out. I was questioning the play there, and they said, "No, they're not looking at me up here. I'm gonna drop and do the thing now."
It's like, I've got a plan meme.
Trust in the plan.
Yeah.
All right. DCG coming around the left flank here. They're regrouping here, which is very, very smart here. They're waiting for BAP to come in.
Yep. And they're off. 3 ults online, almost another rally, so almost 4. Kennedy with 0 ults. The only thing close will be a Bastion Artillery, which is pretty useless mid-fight. So, really, all DCG has to do is press Q. But Brig getting picked here. Jeez, like, can't be picked.
Pixter's down, though.
Pixter goes down. And they should be able to dry fight this out the rest of the time with the tank being down.
So if you're watching at home, a dry fight means they're going to intentionally not use ults to save them for a future engagement.
It's alright, they popped 2 ults anyways.
Yeah.
That's fine. Look, here's the deal though. They are being proactive with their ult. I'm not going to complain about it because both teams, they're playing it right?
I would much rather have the team that is yeeting their ult and using them proactively than saving them and never using them. It's a tool in your kit, but only if you're actually going to use it.
So Kennedy, oh, okay. Yeah, some Bastion parkour there. Alright, I was like, having to wait. Setting up these cross angles here. We've got the Brig on the payload princess duties. And we have an artillery form coming out, taking down that immortality. Both these teams in their...
Answering with their own Bastion ult.
Their Bastion just getting pummeled, though, from the side with JFK's railgun. But Kennedy taking a ton of damage here.
Really good high ground play from DCG. Now they're pushing in.
But another Kitsune Rush. The rally comes back. Ults are going like crazy. We see a Gravitron surge. And finally, somewhere out of the chaos, Kennedy emerges victorious from this fight.
This team is, both of these teams are all business. They immediately are resetting their positions and getting ready for the next fight. Again, the coordination from these high school teams is insane.
Very coordinated, yeah. So, Pixter playing the low ground here against 2 members of DCG. And DCG setting up on this high ground, being answered. The map is pretty even. Oh, the window coming out, though, but not in a lot of value. See, they can just drop
They
off.
should have dropped window here to get a bit more value, and it kind of got wasted in that corner.
Yeah, I think that they thought that they could get an early pick the first one. Like,
Yeah.
that, you know, I don't hate it. It just ended up not working the way that they wanted.
DCG really close to getting that point all the way there. They get it to the dance floor over here. This game.
Look, Owo's positioning. They never see him. Like, cue the John Cena music. You can't see me. I mean, that was a Bastion main, Bastion flank right there. Right?
Absolutely.
Just dead behind the other team.
And Bastion main plays for a college now, right? See, these guys are college level players in some respects. It's amazing.
Oh, we see the Zarya coming out. All right, this is a smart swap. So back to the Zarya Brig, the bread and butter here for DCG. Zarya, the direct counter to Iahsea. I like it, but was it too late? JFK here has that overclock online. Kennedy with the Kitsune Rush. Here it comes. Have
rid
to
of the
get rid
lamp.
of that lamp. Ooh, taking a lot of damage here from the
Bastion's
Bastion. And Kennedy will hold and will stop DCG from taking this 3rd point.
Now, that said, DCG got it 72 meters, so Kennedy gave themselves a safe window if they can push the payload all the way in, but DCG made that job difficult.
It's super hard to take that 3rd point. Honestly, like, that was misleading, right? Because yeah, so if Kennedy pushes it all the way, they win. But DCG got it to a point where, like, you know, the spawn is right there on the horizon.
So let's take a look at this. The enemy team, or I'm sorry, the defending team spawns right there, and they have to walk there. And if you look, they have angles here, they have angles here, they have angles there. They have 3 or 4 vantage points in a very short walk to re-engage here.
So the third point of Horizon, it's super difficult for a team to push it all the way. I mean, it's not impossible, but it is difficult. And yeah, so DCG looking good here. Now, Kennedy pushes it all the way, they take it all the way home, right? Pretty simple, but not.
Kennedy obviously looking to make that happen and take home the state championship, but DCG is going to make that very, very difficult.
Both these teams had a fantastic showing in the regular season, and it shows. You know, the coordination that both these teams showed today, really masterful. I think any player in this lobby could definitely play in college with the coordination that they have. It's really exciting to see, and I would love to see these names come up at the next level somewhere.
And I think what's amazing about this, right, is these players are showcasing how the high school scene is developing over the years. If you look at what Overwatch looked like even 2 or 3 years ago at the high school level, even the college level, they've just shown so much maturity, and it's awesome to see them showcasing what high school esports can look like.
Ooh, huge bubble there on the Bastion. Kennedy trying to get this brawl set up. You know, nothing cheeky here like the Symmetra teleports that we saw before. Kennedy, again, they're just a very disciplined brawl team. They play together. They play the death ball. Ooh, but Pixter will go down. They didn't follow forward. Now, Kennedy's still up on this high ground. Haven't really been challenged off. And still kind of winnable for them. Again, it is a long walk back on defense. Pug Gamer, though, still alive. Is Pixter going to be able to make it back? Yep, there he is.
We see a Pug Gamer with almost a full beam charge on. Ooh, but then they go down!
Wow, Pixter really just pressing W there. Walking forward. And that should be the point.
Yeah, Pixter trusting his team to cap there, and so he's going to walk forward.
So, I don't really know what Kennedy's doing right there. That kind of looked like a throw.
Yeah, because they had more people been on point, would have capped faster, right?
No, it has nothing to do with that. I think that, like, there must have been a miscommunication between Pixter and the rest of his team. He was just kind of playing back, I think, waiting for the next point. And then you had 3 members of Kennedy that kind of moved forward there. But that, honestly, here's the thing. That was the first real miscue that I think I've seen in this entire game from either team.
Yeah.
And it really didn't matter all that much.
Yeah, they identified it before it became a problem. There's the bath window coming out and the lamp.
Oh, answers back, though, but the Bob coming out. And Kennedy just playing so tightly in that corner. Wow.
They won that fight handily. Yeah, so they play what's called a brawl comp, which means they need to play tightly together and just like a little death ball, right? And you can see them playing as a cluster of 5 players, and it has just been a joy to watch.
Pixter taking space. They are confident here. 3.5 minutes. If they get forward spawn here without a contest, which it's kind of looking like, they're going to have about 5 minutes to push this all the way.
That's going to be, that's an eternity. I've seen it. Oh, they stopped it right before cap.
Kitsune Rush coming out. Both these teams really brawling out, but here comes the Annihilation. The Annihilation, one of the highest value ults in Overwatch, and that will do it. 4:45 left, and this is a big mountain for DCG to hold off. But look, we've seen them be resilient all day. We've seen them out-rotate Kennedy. They can do this.
The next 4.5 minutes all boils down to that point on the map right there. Can DCG hold Kennedy from passing that threshold? As you said, this part of the map is very defender-sided, so they have a chance.
Owo, though, with the pick here, it looks like, again, Owo has just put on a clinic here today. Pixter, the veteran players here in this clutch moment for Kennedy. Will they come out alive? Pushing DCG back. DCG back to their spawn. They can't walk forward. They have a Gravitron Surge. They need to use it.
They have to touch
They
now.
have to touch now. Here comes the Gravitron Surge. Kennedy walking backwards. Echo Dip, though, will get picked by JFK. They can't C9. They have to stay on this point. It's anybody's match. Can DCG stabilize? Picture, they flipped the map on him.
Oh, they're going to do it. Push him back.
Soldier Boy with the window. Owo answers back. Kennedy, they're trickling back. They have 3.5 minutes. They have to reset.
Yeah, Kennedy does not need to trickle in right now. They need to regroup. DCG has just inches before they lose.
Look, I know you want it. You're so close. Kennedy, regrouping on the corner. There's the Kitsune Rush. It's matched by the window. A huge Sojourn AoE coming out. Either team can do this. The Immortality going down for DCG. Who is going to get the first pick? 2 ultimates online for Kennedy. Almost 3. Their own map window comes out. The Brig Rally comes out. Brig in the backline. Gravitron Surge. Annihilation. It's all coming out.
Ultimates.
And who is going to get it? 2, 3. DCG. They're holding.
Oh my.
Oh my gosh. Pixter. Pixter the only one left alive. And Kennedy will win the state championship. Jason Lester, I don't know if you've done this in football, but you just did it in esports. Kennedy taking it home.
GG's coming out there. Excellent sportsmanship. And Cedar Rapids Kennedy will be your your Division 1 state championship, and we'll celebrate that with this moment here from Pixter.
Wow, Pixter with the MVP by himself, holding at the end of the game and taking it home in a 1v1.
Thank you so much for tuning in. Before we sign off, we just want to thank some of the wonderful sponsors that have made today happen and the next couple of days as well. So let's take a look here.
Thank you to Lily Mays Chocolates here in Marshalltown. Also, thank you to Sub City for the wonderful lunch, Respawn Gaming Chairs, and of course, League OS and the Marshalltown Chamber of Commerce. Without you, none of this would be possible.
So, as we kind of usher in the end of day 1 for the Iahsea Winter State Showdown, you guys can hop over and watch the Rocket League Grand Finals and Losers Finals taking place here on the YouTube channel for the Iahsea. And with that said, Coach Roadblock signing off.
And Coach Clannon from Marshalltown Community College Esports, have a good night.